मेडिटेशन ईथॉस साध्य देती है, क्या करनी है क्या नहीं करनी है। जैसे भारत के हिंदुओं में चातुर्वर्ण व्यवस्था, चार आश्रम की व्यवस्था, ये संस्कृति से निकली चीज है। धर्म अर्थ काम मोक्ष। इस्लाम में, ईसाइयत में, यहूदी धर्म में, जैन धर्म में, बौद्ध धर्म में, और ये धर्म सब संस्कृति की संतान है। साध्य और साधन फिर संस्थाएं देती है संस्कृति। विवाह की संस्था, परिवार की संस्था, पड़ोस की संस्था सारी दुनिया में है, लेकिन अलग अलग संस्कृतियों का अलग अलग प्रकार है। हिंदू विवाह, मुस्लिम विवाह, सिख विवाह, ईसाई विवाह, यूरोपियन परिवार, अमेरिकी परिवार, भारतीय परिवार, चीनी परिवार, जापानी परिवार। और एक ही देश और एक ही समाज में अलग अलग कालखंड में संस्थाएं बदलती रहती हैं। मध्यकालीन परिवार, आधुनिक परिवार, एकीकृत परिवार, संयुक्त परिवार, और अलग अलग वर्गों में अलग अलग संस्थाओं का रूप होता है। विवाह का रूप आदिवासियों में अलग है, मध्यम जातियों में अलग है, दलित समाज में अलग है, सवर्णों में अलग है, और कॉमन सिविल कोड या नागरिक विवाह संहिता अलग है। फिर आदर्श और मर्यादा और निषेध। संस्कृति हमें आदर्श देती है, उन आदर्शों को हम ना माने ये हमारी मर्जी या परिस्थितियों का तकाजा है, लेकिन संस्कृति हमें आदर्श देती है। जैसे एकादश धर्म, एकादश व्रत, 5 यम और नियम, हर धर्म में सत्य और प्रेम और मैत्री और दान पर दबाव, उसका आग्रह, ये आदर्श संस्कृति से आते हैं। और फिर मर्यादाएं, स्त्री पुरुष के आचरण की मर्यादा, पति पत्नी के आचरण की मर्यादा। कहीं राम की कथा है, कहीं जूलियस सीजर की कथा है, कहीं जीसस की कथा है, कहीं मोहम्मद की कथा है, कहीं बुद्ध की कथा है। मर्यादाएं। और फिर निषेध, खान पान का निषेध, वस्त्र और भूषा का निषेध। मोटे तौर पर हम कहते हैं कि भाषा, भूषा यानी पोशाक, भोजन और भवन, ये 4 चीजें संस्कृति के 4 स्तंभ होते हैं, और इनसे हम एक दूसरे को पहचानते हैं, एक दूसरे को अलग करते हैं। भाषा के आधार पर, भोजन के आधार पर, भवन निर्माण की शैली के आधार पर, और पोशाक के आधार पर। कपड़े पहनने के तरीके, गांव में अगर आप पैंट और कमीज पहन के जाएं, पुरुष हैं, तो लोग कहते हैं कि देखिए ये तो शहरी हो गए। और शहर में अगर शादी ब्याह के मौके पर सूट पहन के कोई आया दूल्हा, तो कहा कि ये तो पश्चिमी पोशाक में शादी हो रही। आजकल आदमी लोग तो पश्चिमी पोशाक में ही शादी में मिलते हैं, लेकिन बहुत कम होता है कि पतलून और शर्ट पहन के लड़कियां विवाह के लिए आए। विवाह के समय तो उनको अपनी संस्कृति की धारावाहिकता का प्रतीक बन के सुंदर देशज तरीके से ही अपने को प्रस्तुत करना होता है। तो भाषा, भूषा, भोजन और भवन एक उच्चतर स्तर पर साहित्य, संगीत और कला, ये संस्कृति को परिभाषित करते हैं। कर्नाटक संगीत, हिंदुस्तानी संगीत, पश्चिमी संगीत, वाद्य यंत्र, एक से एक, तानसेन से लेकर के बिथोवन तक की परंपराएं अलग अलग भूखंडों से मनुष्यों को मिली। साहित्य का तो कहना ही क्या है, और कला आदिम काल से, गुफा चित्र से लेकर अजंता एलोरा, और अभी सूजा और पाई और हुसैन, और सब देशों के अपने गुफा चित्रों से लेकर के आधुनिकतम तक कलाकारों, चित्रकारों की परंपरा। उसी में मीडिया भी आ गया, खासतौर पर फिल्म इंडस्ट्री ने एक और आयाम जोड़ा है। और उससे भी उच्चतर स्तर पर, सूक्ष्म स्तर पर आध्यात्मिक चिंतन की परंपराएं, वो भी हमारी संस्कृति का हिस्सा है। भारतीय अपने वेदों कुरानों से लेके धम्मपदम और बाद में अन्य स्रोतों से आए हुए धार्मिक दर्शन और चिंतन को सूफी परंपरा और ईसाइयत और यहूदी धर्म, इन सब को संस्कृति के अति उच्च स्तर का अंग मानते हैं। अब मैं आपके सामने आना चाहता हूं संस्कृति के विभिन्न अंगों के बारे में, वेरियस कंपोनेंट्स ऑफ कल्चर, और ये मेरी बातचीत का तीसरा पक्ष होगा। हमने आपके सामने संस्कृति क्या है इसकी चर्चा की, संस्कृति क्या करती है इसकी चर्चा की। अब संस्कृति बनती कैसे है, उसके अंग क्या क्या हैं, और इसमें मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि मोटे तौर पर हम समाज वैज्ञानिक संस्कृति के भौतिक पक्ष की चर्चा करते हैं, द मटेरियल पार्ट ऑफ कल्चर, जिसमें टेक्नोलॉजी है, यातायात के साधन है, आवास, वस्त्र वगैरह वगैरह, भौतिक पक्ष। इसका आध्यात्मिक पक्ष भी है। हर संस्कृति का भौतिक पक्ष है तो आध्यात्मिक पक्ष है, और हर संस्कृति की वैज्ञानिक विरासत भी है। कुछ लोगों ने गलत ये प्रचार किया है कि पश्चिम की संस्कृति वैज्ञानिक और एशिया और अरब देशों की संस्कृति अवैज्ञानिक। जो इतिहास के जानकार हैं वो जानते हैं कि हर संस्कृति का अपना विज्ञान पक्ष है, अपना भौतिक पक्ष है, अपना आध्यात्मिक पक्ष। दूसरे, संस्कृति के तीन आधार हैं। एक व्यक्तिगत आधार है, अगर व्यक्ति अपने आचरण में संस्कृति का प्रतिबिंब नहीं बनता तो उस संस्कृति का कोई ठिकाना नहीं रहेगा। दूसरे, संस्कृति का सामुदायिक पक्ष है, कम्युनिटेरियन बेसिस। और तीसरा, संस्कृति का मानवीय पक्ष है या ह्यूमैनिटेरियन बेसिस, कि अगर आप मनुष्य हैं तो दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में हो, आपसे कुछ अपेक्षाएं होंगी और वो मानवता की संस्कृति कहलाई जाएगी। जैसे अगर मनुष्य मनुष्य को खाने लगे तो चाहे अफ्रीका हो, चाहे अरब, भारत हो तो चाहे चीन, हम कहेंगे ये मानवीय आचरण नहीं है। तो संस्कृति का व्यक्तिगत पक्ष है, संस्कृति का सामुदायिक पक्ष है, और संस्कृति का मानवीय पक्ष। एक तीसरा स्तर है, हर संस्कृति के तीन स्तर होते हैं। एक आस्था का स्तर है। दुनिया में कुछ नहीं है जिसमें कुछ न कुछ आस्थाएं न हो, यकीन न हो। वर्जिन मेरी में आस्था, हनुमान में आस्था, हजरत मोहम्मद के चमत्कारों में आस्था, बुद्ध के चमत्कारों में आस्था, जैन के महावीर के संदेश। दूसरी, उपयोगिता, यूटिलिटेरियनिज्म। आस्था के बावजूद हर संस्कृति में कुछ पक्ष ऐसे होते हैं जो उपयोगी हैं और कुछ हैं जो अनुपयोगी हो गए। तो आस्था के बावजूद अनुपयोगी पक्ष को हम छोड़ देते हैं और उपयोगी पक्ष को विस्तार देते हैं। और तीसरी बात, हर संस्कृति में वैश्विकता है, चाहे वो गांव में हो चाहे शहर में हो। वैश्वीकरण का आज का दौर है, तो हमको लगता है कि वैश्वीकरण को एक नई चीज आ गई। असल में मनुष्य मात्र होने से, एक सांस्कृतिक प्राणी होने से हमारे जीवन में कुछ न कुछ वैश्विकता का भी तत्व रहता है, चाहे वो सुदूर गांव जंगल में लोग रह रहे हों या न्यूयॉर्क, हर संस्कृति का एक तात्कालिक पक्ष है, इमीडिएट पार्ट, दीर्घकालिक पक्ष है, लॉन्ग टर्म पार्ट, और सर्वकालिक या सनातन पक्ष है, यूनिवर्सल पार्ट। और इस तात्कालिक, दीर्घकालिक और यूनिवर्सल के बीच में लगातार आदान प्रदान होता है। कुछ तात्कालिक दीर्घकालिक में चले जाते हैं, कुछ दीर्घकालिक सनातन हो जाते हैं, और कुछ सनातन काल बाह्य हो जाते हैं। असल में संस्कृति के बारे में असली सवाल उसकी समस्याओं का है, और मैं आपके सामने 7 समस्याएं रखना चाहता हूं। पहली बात तो यह है कि हर संस्कृति में सेल्फ और सोसाइटी का एक ताना बाना बनता है, सेल्फ इन सोसाइटी कंटिन्यूम, और उसमें 4 समस्याएं दिखाई पड़ती। हर संस्कृति में एक तरफ लोक व्यवहार होता है और दूसरी तरफ शास्त्रीय आचार होता है, द फोक ट्रेडिशंस एंड द क्लासिकल एंड टेक्सचुअल कंपोनेंट्स। दूसरे, हर संस्कृति में विभिन्न कारणों से विषमताएं घर बना लेती हैं। संस्कृति जोड़ती है, लेकिन जोड़ती है ऊंच नीच के साथ, लिंग भेद संस्कृति का हिस्सा है, ऐसा नहीं है। जाति भेद संस्कृति का हिस्सा है, सांप्रदायिकता संस्कृति का हिस्सा है, भाषाई दुर्व्यवहार और भाषाई अहंकार संस्कृति का हिस्सा है, विषमता है। तीसरी बात, हर संस्कृति में एक तत्व, एक पक्ष कट्टरता का होता है, अपने को असुरक्षित महसूस करता है। वो संस्कृति के चौकीदार और पहरेदार होते हैं। वो संस्कृति के प्रदूषण से संस्कृति को बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं। दो संस्करण होता है, दो रूप होता है, एक पॉपुलर कल्चर और एक इलीट कल्चर। खाना सभी खाते हैं, लेकिन 5 सितारा होटल में खाने की शैली अलग है। राजा रानी, मंत्री, सीईओ की खाने पीने की शैली अलग है। पानी वही पीते हैं, दाल भात भी वही खाते हैं, लेकिन अंदाज अलग अलग रहता है। वस्त्र भी, पोशाक भी सबकी वही है, कोई निर्वस्त्र नहीं घूमते, सिवाय जो जैन परंपरा के कुछ लोग हैं या नागा लोग हैं। कपड़े सभी पहनते हैं, लेकिन कपड़े में एक नफासत, एक अंदाज, एक ब्रांड नेम आपको पता देगा कि ये किस वर्ग के हैं, अभिजात्य हैं या जनसाधारण हैं। वो बोली में भी पता चलता है। वो मशहूर की फिल्म है माय फेयर लेडी, जिसमें अंग्रेजी कौन सी सही अंग्रेजी है, कौन सा उच्चारण सही है, इसकी चर्चा ऑक्सफोर्ड के भाषाविदों को करनी थी, पता लगाना था। और पता चला कि इंग्लैंड की रानी से लेकर के घर की नौकरानी तक अंग्रेजी तो सभी बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन सबकी अंग्रेजी अलग अलग है और सबकी अंग्रेजी प्रामाणिक है, सबका अपना अपना दावा है। तो इसमें इलीट और मास का फासला, जनसाधारण और अभिजात्य का फासला भी है। अब जो समस्याएं संस्कृति की हैं, एक तो इंक्लूजन और एक्सक्लूजन की। हर संस्कृति में कुछ प्रवेश द्वार होते हैं और कुछ निकास द्वार होते हैं। कई तरीकों से आप अंदर आ सकते हैं। जैसे हिंदू संस्कृति का उदाहरण लें तो ये जो हरे कृष्णा आंदोलन चला, ज्यादातर लोग यूरोप अमेरिका के हैं, लेकिन उनके लिए प्रवेश द्वार खुला है क्योंकि वो कृष्ण भक्त हैं। और कुछ लोग जो भारत के हैं, भारतीय मूल के हैं, लेकिन अगर उन्होंने पश्चिमीकरण को जरूरत से ज्यादा अपना लिया, प्रवास में चले गए, कुछ ऐसे धर्मों को अपना लिया जो तनाव के कारण रहे हैं इतिहास में, तो उनका निष्कासन भी आसानी से होता है। कहते हैं कि एक बड़ी तादाद में लोग अंग्रेजी राज में इसलिए निष्कासित हो गए कि उन्होंने जाने अनजाने शराब या इससे जुड़ी चीजें या मांसाहार कर लिया। सबसे मशहूर उदाहरण गुरुदेव रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर के परिवार और वंश परंपरा का है, क्योंकि उनके किसी पुरखे ने एक गांव की यात्रा के दौरान एक ऐसी गली से गुजरे जिसमें गोश्त बन रहा था। तो रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर के पूरे खानदान को उनके पुरखे के समय में जाति में बाहर किया गया और आज तक वो पिराली ब्राह्मण कहलाते हैं, क्योंकि पीर अली के घर में बन रहे मांस की गंध उनकी नथनों में चली गई, इसलिए शेष बंगाली ब्राह्मण समाज ने उनको बाहर किया। अब वो ब्राह्मण तो हैं, लेकिन पिराली ब्राह्मण है, पीर अली के घर में बने गोश्त की गंध से प्रदूषित ब्राह्मण। ऐसे दूसरा किस्सा आपको तो याद ही होगा मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी का, जब वो इंग्लैंड जा रहे थे पढ़ने के लिए जा रहे थे, विलास के लिए नहीं, व्यसन के लिए नहीं, पढ़ने के लिए। और उनकी जाति की पंचायत ने बैठ के कहा कि हमारे यहाँ काले पानी की यात्रा निषिद्ध है, तुम समुद्र की यात्रा करोगे तुमको जात से निकाल दिया जाएगा, पुनर्विचार करो। गांधी ने कहा हम पढ़ने जाना चाहते हैं, हम आपसे पैसा नहीं मांगते, हम आपसे खाली रहमत मांगते हैं, इजाजत मांगते हैं, और अगर आप नहीं देंगे तो हम तब भी जाएंगे, आपकी इजाजत आप अपने पास रखिए। और गांधी जब गए तो उनके पूरे परिवार को जाति निकाला हो गया। तो निष्कासन और सम्मिलन की प्रक्रिया। दूसरी समस्या है संस्कृति का मूल चरित्र पेड़ और नदी जैसा होता है। हर पेड़ का अपना एक क्षेत्र होता है और हर पेड़ का बीज से अंकुरण, अंकुरण से विस्तार विकास, उसके बाद फल फूल का आना, और आखिर में उसका सूखना या गिर जाना, बूढ़ा हो जाना। संस्कृति का एक रूपक वृक्ष जैसा है, दूसरा रूपक नदी जैसा है। हर नदी का एक उद्गम होता है, फिर उसका विस्तार हो। जैसे जैसे नदी गंगा समेत, जैसे जैसे नदी हिमालय की गोद से उतरती हैं, एक क्षीण धारा से उनका पाठ बढ़ता चला जाता है। हरिद्वार, काशी, पटना, और फिर गंगा सागर आते आते तो वो सागर जैसी हो जाती। और ये अधिकांश नदियों की कहानी। लेकिन नदियों में एक दूसरी बात भी है कि हर नदी की अन्य नदियों के साथ मुलाकात भी होती है, जो संगम बनते हैं। प्रयाग में संगम है गंगा, जमुना और सरस्वती का। और हर नदी की अपनी धारा भी निकलती है, ट्रिब्यूटरी और डिस्ट्रीब्यूटरी। यही संस्कृति के साथ भी होता है, और इसको समझना बहुत जरूरी है। लेकिन इसको समझने में हम समाजशास्त्रियों ने यह पाया है कि अधिकांश संस्कृतियों के वाहक असफल रहते हैं। कहीं आर्थिक कारणों से, कहीं राजनीतिक कारणों से, कहीं सामाजिक कारणों से, कहीं पर्यावरण कारणों से, और कहीं तकनीकी कारणों से संस्कृति और समाज में कुछ अंतर चलता रहता है। जो संस्कृति देश काल पात्र के हिसाब से पीछे छूट गई है, फिर वो उसके लिए कितना भी उपाय करिए। माया संस्कृति लैटिन अमेरिका वाली, मोहनजोदाड़ो की संस्कृति हमारे अपने सिरहाने की, और भी कई संस्कृतियां। और संस्कृतियों का जो जीवंत पक्ष है, जैसे भाषा, वो तो और भी संवेदनशील है देश काल पात्र के हिसाब से। अभी जो अध्ययन किया गया पीपुल्स लिंग्विस्टिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया में, प्रोफेसर गणेश देवी ने बताया कि लगभग 800 भाषाएं मरणासन है भारत में। भारत में विदेशी राज नहीं है, स्वदेशी राज है। लेकिन बड़ी भाषाएं छोटी भाषाओं के लिए मत्स्य न्याय का कारण बन रही हैं। बड़ी भाषाएं छोटी भाषाओं को खा रही हैं, क्योंकि आज अगर आप मातृभाषा के आधार पर आगे बढ़ना चाहें तो अधिकांश भाषाएं कमजोर पड़ेंगी। अंग्रेजी का ऐसा दबदबा है, और अंग्रेजी के बाद फिर हिंदी का मामला आ जाता है, तमिल का, बांग्ला का। तो फिर क्या होगा बुंदेलखंडी का? अवधी कहाँ जाएगी? भोजपुरी का क्या होगा? और उससे भी नीचे पहाड़ी का क्या होगा? लेकिन जो हो रहा है वो हमने देखा कि संस्कृतियों का जैसे विस्तार और विकास होता है, नदियों की तरह से धाराएं आती और मिलती हैं, संगम बनाती हैं, और धाराएं निकलती हैं और उसकी शाखाएं बनती हैं। ऐसे संस्कृति का भी प्रवाह है। लेकिन हम इसको देख नहीं पाते, समझ नहीं पाते। अपने कालखंड के अहंकार के कारण हम संस्कृति परिवर्तन के प्रति आतंकित होते हैं, असुरक्षित होते हैं। अक्सर ये नारा लग जाता है कि हम खतरे में हैं, हिंदी खतरे में है, हिंदू खतरे में है, इस्लाम खतरे में है, ईसाईयत खतरे में है, बौद्ध धर्म तो सचमुच खतरे में है। तो ये एक सवाल है परिवर्तनशीलता का। एक और पक्ष है जो संस्कृति की समस्या है, वो है शास्त्र, स्मृति और लोकाचार के त्रिकोण का। देयर इज ए टेक्स्ट, शास्त्र, देयर इज प्रैक्टिस, लोकाचार, एंड देयर इज ए मेमोरी, स्मृति। परंपराएं प्रायः स्मृति से जुड़ती हैं। उसके संदर्भ में हम अपने शास्त्रों को देखते हैं, और जब जब शास्त्र और स्मृति में टकराहट होती है तो उसका समन्वय बड़ा मुश्किल होता है। फिर उसमें अगर जीवंत संस्कृति है तो अन्वेषण होते हैं, भाषा के अन्वेषण, साहित्य का अन्वेषण। कबीर का उपनिषद और आज से 5000 साल के पहले के ऋषियों का उपनिषद एक ही है, लेकिन रूप उसका अलग अलग। वाल्मीकि की रामायण तुलसीदास के कलम और चिंतन से दूसरी बन गई। यही सूफी परंपरा का भी सच है। ईसा का धर्म मार्टिन लूथर के हस्तक्षेप से एक नई शाखा बन गया। ताजा धर्म उदाहरण ईसाई सिख धर्म का है, जहां पर गुरु गोविंद सिंह के बाद और उसके पहले भी कई शाखाएं निकली और चली। जैन धर्म में ऐसा हुआ। हर धर्म में, कोई धर्म आपको ऐसा नहीं मिलेगा जो चट्टान की तरह से एक टुकड़ा जैसा हो। उसके अंदर अगर जीवंतता है तो परिवर्तनशीलता भी होगी। शाखाएं और प्रशाखाएं निकलेंगी। फिर आखिरी बात है निरंतरता और परिवर्तन के बीच संतुलन और धुरी और परिधि के बीच संबंध। हर संस्कृति की कुछ धुरियां होती हैं। हम कहते हैं कि काशी भारतीय संस्कृति की राजधानी है और उसकी परिधि होती है, परिधि घटती बढ़ती रहती है। महाराजा बनारस का राज बहुत जल्दी सिमट गया, अशोक का राज गांधार काबुल तक था, लेकिन भारतीय संस्कृति की परिधि और धुरी इसमें भी स्थानांतरण होता रहा है और इसमें अन्य कारकों का हस्तक्षेप हुआ, जैसे विदेशी राज, विदेशी हमले, भारत के अपने राजाओं के झगड़े। अशोक का झगड़ा कलिंग से हुआ था, विजयनगर का झगड़ा मैसूर से हुआ था, कन्नौज की लड़ाई में विदेशी की भूमिका कम थी, देशी की भूमिका ज्यादा थी। अब मैं आखिरी बात पर आता हूं कि संस्कृति का अध्ययन कैसे किया जाए। ये मेरी आखिरी बात होगी। ऐसा लगता है आज के साहित्य का अध्ययन करके, समाजशास्त्री साहित्य का, साहित्य विमर्श का, इतिहास के साहित्य का, दर्शन, राजनीति, धर्म के साहित्य का, कि हमें 3 कसौटियों पर संस्कृति का अध्ययन करने की संभावना है। काल की कसौटी, टाइम डायमेंशन, देश की कसौटी, टेरिटोरियल डायमेंशन, और पात्र की कसौटी, पीपल डायमेंशन। ऐसा लगता है कि वी मस्ट लुक एट एनी कल्चर with reference to time frame by looking at the past, present and future trends. This will give us a temporal comparative perspective. How was the past? What is the present? And what the future will be. इस अध्ययन पद्धति में एक समस्या ये होती है कि हम अतीत को वर्तमान के चश्मे से देखते हैं। ये सामान्य लोगों की समस्या है, लेकिन समाज वैज्ञानिकों की, अध्ययनकर्ताओं की समस्या नहीं होनी चाहिए। Let us use the time scale to make sense of the cultural dynamics. The second method or methodological approach is spatial, क्षेत्र आधारित, where we have 3 angles: देशज, विदेशी और सर्वदेशी, लोकल और इंडिजिनस, फॉरेन एंड यूनिवर्सल। किसी भी संस्कृति में ये तीनों तत्व होते हैं। कुछ संस्कृतियों में देशज तत्व बहुत ज्यादा हैं, कुछ में विदेशी तत्व बहुत ज्यादा हैं। जैसे फिलीपींस की संस्कृति में विदेशी तत्व बहुत ज्यादा है और भारत की संस्कृति में देशज तत्वों की प्रबलता है। उनकी तो भाषा भी बदल गई। इंडोनेशिया की संस्कृति में देशी और विदेशी का मिश्रण है। अमेरिका की संस्कृति में देशज करीब करीब खत्म हो गया रेड इंडियंस के साथ। अब जो कुछ है वो विदेशों से आया हुआ आयातित समन्वय है, चाहे उनकी स्वतंत्रता की मूर्ति हो और चाहे उनके अलग अलग सांस्कृतिक समूहों की सालाना परेड हो और चाहे उनका लोकतंत्र हो, चाहे उनका व्यापार तंत्र हो। एक तीसरा पक्ष अध्ययन पद्धति की दृष्टि से होगा समुदाय और समाज आधारित, where we have to use multiple lenses to make sense of the culture or cultural apparatus, cultural framework, cultural heritage. I'm very happy that you have organized your seminar in the context of cultural heritage. Then you want to study culture and democracy. Then you want to come to a very sensitive area, culture and language. And finally, you want to look at cultural margins. Here, if you look at the culture of India, also culture of rest of the world, you have at least 7 lenses which provides you the space for intersectionality, the lens of caste. Same episode, same event makes different sense from different caste perspective. ये भीमा कोरेगांव वाला मामला आपने देखा होगा. कौन जीता कौन हारा कहना बड़ा मुश्किल है. जब बक्सर की लड़ाई हो रही थी तो किसी अजनबी ने पूछा कि ये क्या हो हल्ला हो रहा है. तो खेतों में हल चला रहे किसानों ने कहा कि अरे कुछ बामन ठाकुरों की लड़ाई हो रही है अंग्रेजों से, आप अपना काम देखिए, हमको भी अपना काम करने दीजिए. कास्ट पर्सपेक्टिव. ज्योतिबा फुले and Lokmanya Tilak had different perspective about the role of Christian missionaries in colonial India. Caste lens. Second is gender lens, which has become very important and very relevant. History है या हर स्टोरी है. कहाँ है औरत पूरी कहानी में? या तो वनवास में साथ है या राजनिवास में बहिष्कृत है. ये तो राम की कथा हो गई. कृष्ण और उनके जीवन में द्वारका और मथुरा का जो द्वंद्व है उद्धव के जरिए, या जीसस की कहानी में मेरी की जो भूमिका है, या राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन में 100 नाम गिनिए तो 1-2 सरोजिनी नायडू, एनी बेसेंट के अलावा स्त्रियों का नाम ही नहीं आता. पूरी संविधान सभा में 350 सदस्यों में 15 औरतें थी और उनमें से अधिकांश का काम शुरू और आखिर में जनगण मन और वंदे मातरम गाने तक दिखाई पड़ता है. ज्यादा की भूमिका होने ही नहीं दी गई या हो ही नहीं पाई. जेंडर लेंस. क्लास लेंस, जिसको एंटोनियो ग्राम्शी ने अपने अमर साहित्य के जरिए, प्रिजन नोट्स बुक्स के जरिए मार्क्सवाद की सीमाओं का अतिक्रमण करते हुए उसको आर्थिक आधार के आगे बढ़ाया, संस्कृति की स्वायत्तता को स्थापित किया. वर्ग दृष्टि, वर्ग के हिसाब से, वर्ग के लेंस से संपन्न वर्गों के लिए और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए हिटलर और मुसोलिनी बहुत अच्छे थे और वंचित वर्गों की दृष्टि से वो बहुत खराब थे. किसानों की दृष्टि से अंग्रेजी राज बहुत खराब था. जमींदारों की दृष्टि से उससे अच्छा कोई समय नहीं था. क्लास लेंस. देन जेंडर लेंस. ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दृष्टिकोण है. आजकल तो और ज्यादा हो गया क्योंकि भारत में 25 से 27 बरस की आयु राष्ट्रीय औसत आयु मानी जा रही है. इंडिया इज बिकमिंग अ यंगर कंट्री, बट इंडियन सोसाइटी, इंडियन कल्चर has limited space for youth. So there is always a collision of generations between young and middle age and the old. और आजकल ये जो टेक्नोलॉजिकल डिवाइड है, कितना झगड़ा हर घर में है, मोबाइल फोन को लेकर के, टेलीविजन को लेकर के, फिल्म को लेकर के. हम लोग जब बच्चे थे या तरुण थे तो फिल्में विवाद का विषय होती थी. बिना माँ पिता के साथ फिल्म देखने जाना भयंकर गुनाह था. आज बिना माँ पिता की इजाजत के इंटरनेट चलाना बहुत तनाव का कारण बनता है. मोबाइल फोन को लेकर के कुछ गांव की पंचायतों ने फैसला किया कि इससे लड़कियां बिगड़ती हैं. जैसे लड़कों के लिए मोबाइल बड़ी भारी ताकत है और लड़कियों के लिए बहुत बड़ी आफत है. देन वी हैव आफ्टर जेंडर, कास्ट, क्लास, वी हैव अ लेंस ऑफ लैंग्वेज. अरे इसको तो अंग्रेजी ही नहीं आती है. ये कौन सा पैमाना हुआ भारत में कि अंग्रेजी नहीं आती है तो इसको कुछ नहीं आता. पता तो लगाइए किसको बाकी क्या आता है. न सूर को अंग्रेजी आती थी, न तुलसी को आती थी, न रहीम को आती थी, न अकबर को आती थी, अशोक को भी नहीं आती थी, बुद्ध को भी नहीं आती थी. तो अंग्रेजी नहीं आने से वो अज्ञानी हो गए. लेकिन है एक औपनिवेशिक सोच जो मैकाले ने 1832 की कलम से लिखा और वो कलम आज भी बड़ी मजबूती से चल रही. लैंग्वेज लेंस. और आखिरी 2 बातें हैं. ऑक्यूपेशनल लेंस अबाउट कल्चर. ये तो मारवाड़ियों की तौर तरीके हैं, ये पंजाबियों के तौर तरीके हैं, ये तो किसानों के तौर तरीके हैं, ये तो अफसरों के तौर तरीके हैं, ये तो शिक्षकों का अंदाज है, ये पुलिस वालों का. ऑक्यूपेशनल लेंस. कल्चर हैज दिस internal restructuring around occupations. And finally, religion. In fact, many people argue that religion and nation are two biggest containers of culture, which sociologically is not correct, historically incorrect. But today, particularly after Second World War, religion and nation have become two big defining agencies of culture. सरकार संस्कृति की परिभाषा करेगी, संस्कृति सरकार की परिभाषा करे, ये भी तो संभव है, लेकिन वो गुंजाइश बहुत कम है, क्योंकि सरकार की परिभाषा तो संविधान करेगा और सरकार फिर संस्कृति की परिभाषा करेगी। तो हर सरकार की अपनी एक सांस्कृतिक नीति होती है। सोवियत संघ की सरकार की एक सांस्कृतिक नीति थी, उसने सोवियत संघ के तमाम सांस्कृतिक उपसमूहों को एकजुट करने का, उसका रूसीकरण करने का फैसला किया। 70 साल तक वो नीति चलती रही। जिस दिन सोवियत संघ का विघटन हुआ, उसी सोवियत संघ के पेट के अंदर से 12 राष्ट्रीयताएं निकल आई। जहां एक देश था 70 साल तक, वहां 12 देश हैं। 4 ईसाई देश हैं, 4 मुस्लिम देश हैं और 4 बौद्ध देश। चीन में वैसे ही आजकल चल रहा है, पिछले और 1949 से, माओ सेतुंग की सांस्कृतिक क्रांति के जमाने से उन्होंने पूरे समाज का चीनीकरण करने का फैसला किया। उनका दावा जरा ज्यादा मजबूत था कि उनकी 92% आबादी एक ही भाषा बोलती है, एक ही सांस्कृतिक समूह के है, मैंडरिन भाषा और हान चीनी। लेकिन उससे क्या, बाकी 8% लोगों का सांस्कृतिक अस्तित्व का, अस्मिता का दावा और इतिहास खत्म हो जाएगा? नहीं खत्म होगा। तो तिब्बती टकरा रहे हैं, उगोर मुस्लिम टकरा रहे हैं, ताइवान के लोग टकरा रहे हैं, हांगकांग के लोग टकरा रहे हैं। हमारे यहां भी दक्षिण भारत को बड़ा आतंक था हिंदी साम्राज्यवाद का। बड़े सौभाग्य की बात थी कि हिंदी प्रदेश के लोगों ने और देश के लोगों ने इसको निर्मूल किया। और एक दिन ऐसा भी आया जब बिल्कुल हिंदी न जानने वाला व्यक्ति भी राष्ट्रपति पद पर गया। कुछ दिनों बाद एक बिल्कुल हिंदी न जानने वाला व्यक्ति भारत का प्रधानमंत्री भी बना। तो भारत में ये दुर्घटना नहीं हुई थी, लेकिन दुर्घटना कहीं भी कभी भी हो सकती है, कम से कम बड़े राष्ट्रों में, जहां करोड़ों लोग एक भाषा बोलते हों, जहां करोड़ों लोग एक धर्म के अनुयायी हों, लेकिन दूसरे करोड़ों लोग दूसरी भाषाएं बोलते हों, दूसरे धर्मों के अनुयायी हों, जहां करोड़ों लोग एक लिंग के हैं, दूसरे लिंग के हैं, तो जेंडर हेजमनी, लिंग्विस्टिक हेजमनी, रिलीजियस हेजमनी, रीजनल हेजमनी, ये वर्चस्वता बहुत बड़ी समस्या रहती है। तो जैसा मैंने कहा, मैं अपनी बात समेटता हूं इस भरोसे के साथ कि अगले 2 दिन आपके कॉलेज से जो शुरुआत होगी, उससे वैश्विक सांस्कृतिक विमर्श को और भारतीय सांस्कृतिक विमर्श को बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्नों पर शोध करने का विश्वास जागेगा, जरूरत महसूस होगी और समर्थन मिलेगा। मैं फिर से राजधानी कॉलेज की कल्चर कमेटी, इसकी संयोजिका, इसके प्रधानाचार्य और दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति समाज, विशेष तौर पर मेरे अपने विश्वविद्यालय जेएनयू से जुड़े प्रोफेसर पानी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आप सबने मिलकर के ये संभव बनाया कि एक बहुत ही संवेदनशील प्रश्न पर एक सार्थक विमर्श हो सके। मैंने आपका समय थोड़ा ज्यादा लिया, फिर भी मेरा आग्रह होगा वर्षा जी से कि कुछ सवालों के लिए और कुछ टिप्पणियों के लिए अवकाश दे सकें। अभी सत्र शायद 12:30 खत्म होना था, अभी 12:30 तो बच ही गया। मुझे मालूम नहीं कि आर्या जी इसको संभाल पाएंगे कि नहीं संभाल पाएंगे, लेकिन कुछ प्रश्न मुझे टिप्पणी के तौर पर दिखाई पड़ रहे थे बोलने के दौरान, चैट बॉक्स में शायद आए होंगे। लेकिन जैसा आप चाहें, मुझे फिर से आपको धन्यवाद देने की अनुमति दीजिए कि आप सब ने मिलकर के मुझे अपने सोच का एक हिस्सा आपके सामने मौका दिया। सवाल ये उठते हैं कि किसी भी संस्कृति में कुरीतियां हो जाती हैं, कभी कभी नहीं, अक्सर हर संस्कृति में होता है, लेकिन वही संस्कृति जीवंत कहलाती है जो आत्मशोधन कर सकती है, अपना सुधार करती है। इसीलिए इसको कहा गया परंपरा और परिवर्तन। हर संस्कृति के 2 पक्ष हैं। परंपरा का पक्ष तो प्रबल होना ही चाहिए, लेकिन परिवर्तन का नहीं तो वो नदी नहीं रह जाएगी, वो सड़ा हुआ पानी का गड्ढा बन जाएगा। प्रवाह होना चाहिए। मौसम के हिसाब से पानी का रंग बदलना चाहिए और जरूरत के हिसाब से उसकी उपयोगिता बदलनी चाहिए। अगर संस्कृति काठ की हो गई, उसमें लचीलापन नहीं रहा, लोहे की हो गई, औलाद की हो गई, तो वो संस्कृति टिक नहीं पाती है। लोग उस संस्कृति को पीछे छोड़ के आगे बढ़ जाते हैं, प्रवास के जरिए, परिवर्तन के जरिए, और कभी कभी बहुत शर्मनाक होता है, लेकिन पूरी तरह से आत्म निर्वासन के जरिए, एलिनेशन के जरिए। तो जो सवाल आए हैं उनको कैसे संभाला जाएगा कहना मुश्किल है, लेकिन ये एक सवाल है अनुज राय जी का। उन्होंने ठीक कहा कि विभिन्न विषयों में संस्कृति की परिभाषा अलग अलग है। इसीलिए डॉक्टर वर्षा गुप्ता ने जो अवधारणा टिप्पणी भेजी थी उसमें कहा था कि इसकी कोई एक परिभाषा नहीं है, और ये अच्छी ही बात है, क्योंकि अभी संस्कृति के विमर्श का क्षेत्र एंथ्रोपोलॉजी और कल्चर स्टडीज से आगे निकल रहा है। इसमें कास्ट, जेंडर, क्लास, रीजन, लैंग्वेज, रिलीजन का लेंस इस्तेमाल होना शुरू हुआ है। अभी तक हम लोग एक सांस्कृतिक उपनिवेशवाद के शिकार थे, लेकिन धीरे धीरे, जिसको अंग्रेजी में कहा गया डीकोलोनाइजेशन, वी-औपनिवेशीकरण, तो अफ्रीका का अलग विमर्श शुरू हुआ है। भारत में कुछ नई पहल हो रही है, सबाल्टर्न स्टडीज के जरिए इतिहास में हो रहा है। तो विभिन्न विषयों में संस्कृति की परिभाषा अलग अलग चल रही है और उसको चलने देना चाहिए। एक परिभाषा के जरिए इसको समेटने की कोशिश नहीं करनी चाहिए। जैसे आपने कहा कि वो कौन सा ऐसा सांस्कृतिक तत्व है जो उसके उद्भव से लेकर अभी तक उसके समाज में उपस्थित है, इस पर सिगमंड फ्रॉयड ने जो बड़ी अच्छी बात कही, और हमारे यहाँ भी कहा गया, यम और नियम, शरीर और बुद्धि, ये आदिम मनुष्य से लेके अभी तक है। उसकी कुछ बुनियादी जरूरतें हैं, उन जरूरतों को पूरा करने में हमने संस्कार लाया है, जैसे खाने का तरीका, रहने का तरीका, स्वच्छता का तरीका। गांधी जी ने इसको समेट करके भारत के लिए एकादश व्रत की बात कही थी: सत्य, अहिंसा, अस्तेय, ब्रह्मचर्य, शौच, अस्पृश्यता निवारण, सर्वधर्म संभाव, शरीर श्रम। तो ये उपनिषदों में भी कहा गया और गांधी के समय भी कहा गया। गांधी और उपनिषदों में 2500 साल का फासला था, लेकिन कुछ सनातन तत्व हैं। और आज के डॉक्टर भी कहते हैं खाने के बारे में, आहार विहार, क्या खाओ, कैसे सोचो। तो योग कितना पुराना है और आज के डॉक्टर कितने नए हैं, लेकिन दोनों के बीच में एक सरोकार लगातार चल रहा है। एक और सवाल है, हाउ डू वी मेजर व्हाट वी आर डूइंग इज टू इनकॉर्पोरेट इन कल्चर एंड कल्चर्स। इसका अध्ययन तो आप कई मापकों से कर सकते हैं। पुरानी पीढ़ी और नई पीढ़ी के बीच में तुलना करें तो ये पता चलता है कि पुरानी पीढ़ी की तुलना में भाषा, भूषा, चिंतन, साहित्य, संगीत, कला, इन पैमानों पर क्या बदल रहा है और क्या चल रहा है। और जैसा हम सब जानते हैं कि सबसे पहले सांस्कृतिक परिवर्तन की आहट थपक साहित्य और कला और संगीत में होती है। और ये आप फिल्मी दुनिया में जो बदलाव आ रहे हैं उनसे आसानी से नाप सकते हैं। 50 के दशक की फिल्में देखिए और 2020 की दशक की फिल्में देखिए, 70 साल में कितना बदला। भोजन देखिए, मशीनें देखिए, वेशभूषा देखिए। तो पुरखों की तस्वीरों से अपनी तस्वीरों का मिलान करिए तो संस्कृति का जो भौतिक पक्ष है उसका परिवर्तन दिखाई पड़ेगा। लेकिन जो उसका आध्यात्मिक पक्ष है, आज भी 2500 साल पहले बुद्ध ने जो कहा, 2000 साल पहले ईसा ने जो कहा, 1500 साल पहले मोहम्मद ने जो कहा, वो आज भी जीवंत दिखाई पड़ता है। मैं बनारस का हूं, वहां हर साल रामलीला का मंचन होता, हर साल। और ये रामलीला कितनी पुरानी, राम से जुड़ी है, और राम कितने पुराने हैं। वैसे ही कृष्ण की लीला हर साल बरसाने में, गोवर्धन में, हर साल लोग हज करने जाते हैं, मक्का मदीना, हर साल लोग काशी, द्वारका, बद्री, केदार जाते हैं। कुछ चीजें देर से बदलती हैं, खासतौर पर आध्यात्म और आदर्शों का पक्ष, आचरण वाला पक्ष, भोजन, भवन, भूषा, भाषा, ये ज्यादा तेजी से बदलती है। अब मैं यहीं रोक लेता हूं, नहीं तो आप कहेंगे कि बुलाया तो आपको था खाली की नोट के लिए, आप तो पूरी क्लास में इसको बदल रहे हैं, ऐसा मत करिए, हमें संचालन करने दीजिए। धन्यवाद आर्य जी।
No, sir, you can actually continue, and there are still many more questions in the chat box
वेरी
also.
वेरी वेल, थैंक यू। एक सवाल ये था कि कैन वी यूज अ टर्म लाइक इंडियन कल्चर विदाउट क्वालिफाइंग आवर स्टेटमेंट। ये बहुत अच्छा सवाल है। ये सवाल जवाब हिंद महासागर और सूरज और आकाश और गंगा से जवाब ले लेता है। भारतीय संस्कृति के रूप में आप एक धारावाहिकता देखते हैं जो माया संस्कृति में नहीं थी, रोमन संस्कृति में नहीं थी। इसीलिए वो कविता कही गई कि कौन कौन सी संस्कृतियों का जिक्र करते हैं इकबाल, और फिर कहते हैं कि है बात कुछ ऐसी कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी। लेकिन उसमें जो परिवर्तनशीलता है उसको भी देखना पड़ेगा। धर्म में परिवर्तनशीलता, भाषा में परिवर्तनशीलता, मूल्यों में परिवर्तनशीलता। 200 साल तो भारतीय संस्कृति जरूर थी, लेकिन राज अंग्रेजों के हाथ में था, तो संस्कृति और सत्ता में टकराहट का समय था। आजकल भी भारत में राज हमारा है, कोई सवाल नहीं है कि हम स्वराज के देश हैं, लेकिन हमारे आहार विहार बाजार पर कब्जा बहुदेशी कंपनियों का है। तो भूमंडलीकरण और भारतीय संस्कृति में एक कहीं दुराव और कहीं निकटता दिखाई पड़ रही है। फिर आपने ये कहा कि एक मिनट, कुछ तो हमको अप्रत्याशित धन्यवाद के संदेश मिले हैं, उनके लिए मैं बहुत आभारी हूं। आपने एक बात ये कही कुरीति वाली, तो कुरीति, अगर कोई संस्कृति ऐसी प्रथाओं और परंपराओं को अपनाती है जो उस संस्कृति के वाहकों में भेद को गहरा करती है, यानी विषमता बढ़ाती है, तो वो कुरीति कहलाएगी। जैसे सती प्रथा, विवाह में तो स्त्री और पुरुष दोनों के लिए विधान था। जब स्त्री मर गई तो पुरुष सता नहीं हुआ, और पुरुष मर गया तो स्त्री को सती कर दिया आपने, तो ये स्त्री के साथ अन्याय हुआ। अगर दोनों को आप जलाते होता तो दोनों बुरा, लेकिन तब कहते आप इसमें लिंग भेद नहीं है, लेकिन सती प्रथा लिंग भेद पर आधारित। ऐसे ही जाति प्रथा में छुआछूत, अस्पृश्यता कहां से आई इसकी कहानी किसी को मालूम नहीं। समाजशास्त्री कहते हैं कि इतिहासकार से पूछो, इतिहासकार कहते हैं कि एंथ्रोपोलॉजी वालों से पूछो, और हम सब लोग अपना अपना पिंड छुड़ाते रहते हैं। अस्पृश्यता थी, है, ये संस्कृति का भी हिस्सा है, ऐसा तो हमने दुनिया में कहीं नहीं सुना। तो भारत में कैसे आया और कैसे जाएगा? बाल विवाह, 50 बरस का वर और 15 बरस की वधु, 8 बरस की वधु। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और महात्मा गांधी में कई फर्क था, उम्र का भी फर्क था, लेकिन एक समानता थी, दोनों का विवाह 15 साल की उम्र से पहले हो गया। एक जमाना वो भी था। और आज 18 बरस के पहले लड़की की और 21 बरस के पहले लड़के की शादी नहीं हो सकती है। आप करेंगे तो पड़ोसी की फोन पर आप जेल में चले जाएंगे, और आप कहेंगे इस संस्कृति पर हमला है, तो लोग कहेंगे कि नहीं, ये आपकी संस्कृति का हिस्सा था। लेकिन बाल विवाह वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से, मानवीय दृष्टि से अमानवीय व्यवस्था है, इसको बंद करो। बेमेल शादी नहीं होनी चाहिए, और इससे अगर तुम्हारी संस्कृति खतरे में पड़ती है तो तुम जानो, तुम्हारी संस्कृति जाने, हम तो इसकी इजाजत नहीं देंगे। इस तरह के कई पैमाने विश्व के स्तर पर लागू किए गए, जिसको कहा गया संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के मापदंड, मानव अधिकार के मापदंड, बाल अधिकार के मापदंड, वृद्धों के अधिकार के मापदंड, स्त्रियों के अधिकार के मापदंड। और हर संस्कृति में, जैसे हर घर में दिन भर जीने के बाद शाम तक कूड़ा इकट्ठा होता है, उसको सफाई करके ही सवेरा शुरू होता है, हर संस्कृति को आत्म निरीक्षण करते रहना पड़ता है। जो संस्कृति अन्य से आतंकित होकर के आत्मनिरीक्षण की क्षमता खो देती है, वो धीरे धीरे काल बाह्य हो जाती है, आउट ऑफ डेट हो जाती है। आपने एक सवाल अच्छा कहा कि क्या संस्कृति और सभ्यता आपस में भिन्नता का स्वरूप बांधे हुए हैं। इतिहास में हड़प्पा सभ्यता और हड़प्पा संस्कृति दोनों का जिक्र किया जाए। जी हाँ, सभ्यता एक कालखंड से जुड़ी होती है, संस्कृति एक परंपरा से जुड़ी होती है। इसीलिए हम कहते हैं मुगल कालीन सभ्यता भारतीय संस्कृति, चंद्रगुप्त के काल की सभ्यता, अशोक के काल की सभ्यता और बौद्ध संस्कृति। तो सभ्यता और संस्कृति के बीच का, सभ्यता संस्कृति की संतान है। सभ्यता एक कालखंड का परिणाम है, एक देश काल पात्र के बीच में। तो हम लोगों ने कहा अंग्रेजी ब्रिटिश सभ्यता, हम मराठी सभ्यता नहीं कहते, हम मराठी संस्कृति कहते हैं। हाँ, पेशवाओं की सभ्यता, चंद्रगुप्त विक्रमादित्य के काल की सभ्यता, जिसमें से कालिदास निकलते हैं। आपने कहा अब ये हड़प्पा संस्कृति के बारे में जानकारी कुछ कम है, हड़प्पा सभ्यता के बारे में काफी जानकारी। क्यों? क्योंकि हड़प्पा कालीन धर्म, हड़प्पा कालीन भाषा, हड़प्पा कालीन साहित्य, संगीत, कला का अभी तक पता नहीं चल पाया। आप जानते हैं कि हड़प्पा कालीन लिपि की भी पढ़ाई नहीं हो पाई, लेकिन हड़प्पा सभ्यता के बारे में, नगरों की बनावट, पानी की निकासी, पशु पक्षियों का होना, स्त्री पुरुषों के आभूषण और वस्त्र, यहाँ तक कि बाल की बनावट, श्रृंगार, वो सब तो पता है, वो सभ्यता का हिस्सा। लेकिन भाषा, संस्कृति, दर्शन, धर्म, इसके बारे में हमको कुछ ज्यादा पता नहीं, इसलिए हड़प्पा संस्कृति कहना कठिन होगा। आपने कहा कमजोर तबके जैसे स्त्री, दलित, आदिवासी पर संस्कृति के नाम पर बंदिशें लगाई जाती है। इस आधार पर लगता है कि संस्कृति अत्याचार और शोषण का जरिया भी है। निश्चित तौर पर मैंने आपसे कहा कि संस्कृति की सत्ता होती है और सत्ता की संस्कृति होती है। कभी कभी सत्ताधीश स्त्री पुरुष संस्कृति के नाम पर, क्योंकि संस्कृति की बड़ी महत्ता होती है, कुछ बंदिशें लगाते हैं। खान पान की बंदिशें, पोशाक की बंदिशें, आवागमन की बंदिशें, शिक्षा रोजगार की बंदिशें। और अगर वो मानवीय सरोकारों में बाधक होती हैं, विषमता बढ़ाती हैं, करुणा घटाती हैं, मैत्री घटाती हैं, तो वो कुरीति हो जाती हैं, उनके खिलाफ प्रतिरोध होने लगता है। जैसे रंग भेद अमेरिकी संस्कृति का हिस्सा था, यूरोप की संस्कृति का हिस्सा था, लेकिन मार्टिन लूथर किंग से लेकर नेल्सन मंडेला तक ने बगैर अमेरिकी संस्कृति का नाश हो का नारा लगाए हुए रंग भेद का नाश हो का नारा लगाया। ऐसे ही भारत का स्त्री आंदोलन बगैर भारतीय संस्कृति का नाश हो क्या नारा लगाए हुए भारतीय स्त्री को समता दो, अधिकार दो का नारा लगाती है। और उसके साथ ढेर सारे पुरुष भी खड़े होते हैं और सबसे ज्यादा भारत का संविधान खड़ा होता है। तो कुछ लोग समझते होंगे कि भारतीय संविधान भारतीय संस्कृति के खिलाफ है। ऐसे लोगों को उनकी समझ के साथ कहीं और जाके रहने का अधिकार जरूर है, लेकिन ज्यादातर लोग ये मानते हैं कि हमने अपने संस्कृति का परिमार्जन किया है और कई चीजें हमने जो हमारी अपनी संस्कृति के मूल में नहीं थी उनको औरों से ग्रहण करने में संकोच नहीं किया है। ये ग्रहणशीलता हमारी संस्कृति के आत्मविश्वास और शक्ति का प्रतीक होती है। जो संस्कृतियां दूसरों से ग्रहण नहीं कर पाती, जैसे दूसरी भाषाएं, दूसरी भवन कला, दूसरा भोजन, वो संस्कृतियां ठहर जाती हैं। और जैसे ठहरा हुआ पानी धीरे धीरे दुर्गंध पैदा करता है, वैसे वो संस्कृतियां आकर्षण की बजाय दुराव पैदा करती हैं। वो भाषाएं दुराव पैदा करती हैं, वो भोजन दुराव पैदा करता है। तो परिवर्तनशीलता और न्याय संगतता, मानवीयता, ये संस्कृति की आधारशिला है। जो चीज अमानवीय है, जैसे हमारे यहाँ कभी बताया जाता कि बलि प्रथा थी, भवन बनाने के पहले, किला बनाने के पहले निर्दोष निर्बोध लोगों को पकड़ के उनकी बलि कर देना कि इससे किला मजबूत होगा। तो पता नहीं बलि किया कितने लोगों की आपने, लेकिन किला तो अपनी जगह खड़ा है, आपका राज चला गया और बलि प्रथा भी चली गई। अभी भी कुछ मंदिरों में, जैसे कामाख्या देवी के मंदिर में, मनुष्य की बलि तो बंद है, लेकिन निर्दोष कबूतरों की, बकरों की, भैंसों की बलि की जाती है। बीच में एक सज्जन नेपाल के राजा बने तो उन्होंने भारत सरकार से अनुमति मांगी कि हमको कामाख्या देवी दर्शन करने आना है। जरूर अनुमति मिली, लेकिन जब उन्होंने कहा कि हमको एक भैंसे की बलि भी चढ़ानी है क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ ये परंपरा है, तो ढेर सारे असमिया लड़के लड़की तख्ती लेके खड़े हो गए कि मूर्ख राजा, अपनी मूर्खता बंद करो और दुनिया में जो संवेदनशीलता पशुओं के प्रति, बायोडायवर्सिटी के लिए, जीव जंतु के लिए फैली है, जो बुद्ध और महावीर कहते कहते चले गए, उसको सुनो, और नहीं तो जाके अपने महल में ये सब करो, हम इसको कामाख्या देवी मंदिर में नहीं होने देंगे। तो ये चीजें तो लगातार होती ही रहेंगी। घर्षण जिसको कहते हैं, परिवर्तन जिसको कहते हैं, वैज्ञानिकता जिसको कहते हैं। अब जैसे कोविड का सिलसिला आया तो दो उपाय बताए गए। एक उपाय ये बताया गया कि हमारे यहाँ गाय के मूत्र में हर चीज का समाधान है, गाय का पेशाब पीजिए, पता नहीं कहने वाले ने खुद पिया कि नहीं पिया। और दूसरा वैज्ञानिक समाधान था भारत सरकार की तरफ से कि भाई वैक्सीन लगाओ। गाय की पेशाब से आपका क्या रिश्ता है आप जानिए, आपका काम जाने, लेकिन वैक्सीन नहीं लगाएंगे तो बहुत सारी सुविधाओं से हम आपको वंचित करेंगे। यही शीतला माता का प्रकोप को लेकर के हुआ था। तो संस्कृति अत्याचार और शोषण का जरिया बन सकती है और इसलिए हमें उसको लगातार जांचते रहना, इससे पहले कि दूसरे उंगली उठाएं। अंग्रेजों ने बहुत उंगली उठाई हमारे ऊपर और कई कारणों से हमें उनको शर्म के साथ स्वीकार भी करना पड़ा। सती प्रथा, बाल विवाह, स्त्रियों को पर्दे में रखना, ये सब अंग्रेजों ने हमें समझाया, हमारे ऊपर आरोप लगाया, कहा कि तुम बेहद असभ्य हो। और हमारे बड़े से बड़े राष्ट्र नायकों को, देशभक्तों को भी मानना पड़ा कि जिस दिन भारत आजाद होगा हम अतीत से चले आ रहे इन दुर्गुणों को दूर करेंगे। और आज शिक्षा सबका अधिकार बन गया। कोई भी स्त्री को पर्दे में नहीं रख सकता, कोई भी बलि प्रथा का समर्थन नहीं कर सकता। अगर हम छुआछूत का समर्थन करें तो मेरी जगह जेल में होगी, समाज में तो नहीं होगी। कल्चर स्प्रेड।
Sir,
जी, yes,
sir, we are very sorry, but we have to cut it here because like we need to start with another session also.
most certainly, most certainly. Thank you so
And so
much.
we are very, very thankful to you because it's actually an honor to listen to you, and you just put so many complex things into such easy words, and like you talked about things that needed to be talked about. So it was a very great experience, and I'm sure every person sitting here will definitely agree to it.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed an enlightening and insightful lecture on the topic. And sir, you are mute. You are muted, sir. Sanjay, please unmute, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Anand, sir, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I was just saying that it was a very important topic and very open-minded concept note. And I thank you very much for this very rare opportunity where we're discussing culture as if it matters. Thank you so much. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed our privilege and honor, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
The next event shall be carried by Muskan. Sanjay sir, please unmute Muskan.
Muskan, you are now unmuted.
Thank you. Can I begin with the next session?
Yes, Muskan. We should
can I
because
begin?
we're late by. Yes, Muskan, please begin.
Sure. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It has been rightly said that great things happen when there is a gathering of great minds. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome you all here. So when we talk about culture in the margins, we are emphasizing on all those sections of the society which have been othered and have been somewhat being pushed to the margins. Sections, be it tribals, Kashmiris, northeastern communities, and various others who have often been felt neglected. So it will be interesting to know about culture in the margins in this session. Now, I would like to express my gratitude to all the esteemed dignitaries who have graced us today by their benign presence. First, I would like to begin by introducing our chair for the session, respected Professor Amitesh Mukhopadhyay, sir. Professor Amitesh Mukhopadhyay is an associate professor in the Department of Sociology at Jadavpur University, Calcutta, India. He owes 6 journal papers to his name and authorship of 2 books, Living with Disasters and Social Movements in India. His research interests include social anthropology of environment and development in South Asia, with a particular focus on coastal India and deltaic borderlands, for perspectives on development and resource use, governance, state making, and discourses of the civil society in the Indian context. We wholeheartedly welcome you, sir. Moving forward, I would be introducing our distinguished speakers for the session with the permission of our respected chair. Sir, can I proceed with the bio notes of the speaker?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Please go ahead with the introduction of the speakers of the panel, please.
Thank you, sir. So our first speaker is Dr. Devnath Pathak, sir. Dr. Devnath Pathak is an assistant professor in the Department of Sociology, South Asian University, New Delhi. He has worked with NCERT, NEUPA. His doctoral thesis at Center for the Study of Social Systems was an oral tradition of India with specific focus on Maithili folk songs, where he analyzed folk imagination of life and death. His areas of research interest include folklore and performance, popular culture and media, theoretical and methodological issues in social sciences, epistemology and philosophy in social science, education, youth, and resistance. He has more than 25 publications to his credit. He has been a recipient of the following awards: Scholar in Residence, Center for Human Values, Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta 2019, Charles Willis Fellow 2015 at Queen's University, UK, UGCIIAS Associateship at Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, and Fellowship at Brown University, Rhode Island, USA. We wholeheartedly welcome you today, sir. Welcome, sir. Our second speaker is Dr. Brahma Prakash Singh, sir. Dr. Brahma Prakash Singh is an associate professor of theatre and performance at the School of Arts and Aesthetics, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He was a visiting fellow at the CRASSH, Cambridge University, UK. He has done his PhD in theatre and performance studies from the University of London. His areas of interest are theatre and performance theories, rites, rituals, and product studies, theatre and performance traditions, non-Western aesthetics, Dalit and Adivasi cultural performances, Marxism and culture, marginalized cultural performances, and oral histories. He has 6 journal articles to his credit and is an author of the book Cultural Labor, Conceptualizing the Folk Performances in India, New Delhi and Gadar, Songs and Memoirs of a Maoist Balladeer. He is an awardee of the Dwight Congerwood Award of Performance Studies, International 2013, Central Research Fund Grant of University of London 2010, RAID Research Scholarship 2009. We wholeheartedly welcome you today with us, sir. Our third speaker for the session is Dr. Meeta Shri Srivastav, ma'am. Dr. Meeta Shri is an assistant professor in the Department of Anthropology, Faculty of Science, University of Delhi. She has completed her PhD in her anthropology from the University of Allahabad, UP. Her areas of interest include religion in the era of globalization and transnationalization, Buddhist identity and related discourses in the 21st century South Asia, anthropology of gender, ecology and development, tribal India. She is the author of the book 60 Years of Tribal Development in India. She has 9 research papers published. We wholeheartedly welcome you today with us, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Professor Amitesh Mukhopadhyay, sir, to please chair this session.
Well, thanks very much. And I thank the organizing committee, Dr. Varsha Gupta and Dr. Shefali Rathod, from who I got the emails, although there was a bit of a mix-up at some point, thanks to my old colleague and friend Dave, who had reminded me, and then eventually I wrote with a request, but for some reason, probably I was hoping that I should be slotted tomorrow, but because the way probably your scheme of things unfolded, it wasn't possible. But anyway, it was great pleasure being here with you all, and thanks very much for this warm invite to chair a session which looks very difficult, considering people who have much more, I suppose, exciting ideas to share with you all than the co-chair, perhaps. But as the order of the session goes and unfolds, we have these 3 speakers who have been introduced already by the organizing committee. We have Dr. Devnath Pathak and Dr. Brahma Prakash and Dr. Mitasi Sivastava. And the title of the session being once again very exciting and perhaps something that remains at the core of India that we are currently living in, the times and the current social and historical context. And therefore, I would rather, without wasting time, I would rather turn to the speakers in the order in which their names and the introductions have appeared. So I would request Dr. Devnath Pathak to get on with his presentation, sharing of his very interesting, which I suppose would probably trigger very, sort of brainstorming discussions. So here you are. You have the floor for you, Dave.
Thank you, Professor Mukhopadhyay. Fondly, I call you Amitesh Da. I'm more comfortable with that. It breaks, any sort of hierarchy, and it retains our intellectual bonhomie with which we try to operate.
And maybe some privilege for culture in the margins.
Exactly. And the session is titled, and therefore we have liberty to break free from any kind of hierarchy, even though in a lot of programs we see hierarchy is reaffirmed, and that makes intellectual pursuits, academic pursuits nearly impossible. But here we have the privilege and we should utilize it. So thank you, Amitesh Da. Thanks to Varsha ji, all friends at Rajdhani College. They have really thought of, I joined Professor Anand Kumar in congratulating you for thinking about this issue, framing this as an issue, culture as a question. It has to be framed again and again. Unless we have given up to all sorts of forces around us, which tries to project culture as a monolith. And my intervention today in this panel is precisely to suggest as to how culture itself has inherent tendencies to subvert the monolithic ideas perpetuated about culture. Having said that, I understand Professor Anand Kumar's very encyclopedic keynote address, referred to quite a few things which would echo in my interjection too. I particularly try to narrow down to one particular aspect which Professor Kumar was referring to, which is about locating or maybe relocating in our intellectual framework, in our academic discourses, relocating culture in the domain of everyday, in the domain of ordinary, which is also safely called in the domain of margins. Margins itself is to be seen as a plural. Margin is not to be romanticized. Margin has its counter forces, which are also marginal, right? Margin does not come from somewhere else. There is no regime of power which says that margin has to be like this. Margin itself has inherent tendencies. Just like in social sciences, we have read about phenomenological, philosophical discourses on the idea of everyday, on the idea of ordinary. Within ordinary, we have counter forces of ordinary. Within ordinary, there are several layers, each layer rivaling to become super or extraordinary. Within ordinary, there are those kind of competing claims of extraordinary. Likewise, margin has within it so many forces, each force rivaling to claim to be not marginal, right? Trying to be major or trying to be core. The moment we utter the word margin, we are thinking of certain kind of core somewhere. There is center to the margin, right? And within margin, we find that there are forces which will assert itself to suggest that they are central, they are not marginal, right? So margin itself has to be seen in that kind of contested. When I say this, I'm reminded of late historian Professor Bismoy Pati, who worked on the idea of margin and looked at tribal communities. And he came up with this interesting formulation that margin is not to be mistaken for any kind of homogeneous, any kind of uncontested terrain. Margin itself is fairly contested terrain. And obviously, within margin, any question of culture will be sufficiently contested. It is that kind of formulation in the background of my interjection which guides me to suggest that culture has been a kind of common sense in the realm of everyday life for all of us. We all operate with cultural common sense. You can draw a historical trajectory to any cultural common sense or any part of cultural common sense that you like, that you prefer. You can safely label them as well. Nehruvian cultural common sense, you can say. Maybe after a few years, one can also say Modiite cultural common sense. I do not know, all sorts of labels are available around us. For us who are really into culture, there was also R.K. Lakshman level of cultural sense. There was also Behrupia level of cultural sense. There was also all kind of folk characters with which we labeled our cultural common sense. We had Chuharmal, on which some of those folk performances which Brahma Prakash has very nicely written about in his book. We have read about all those common sense. We have read about cultural common sense which is available with the peoples who dwell in Sundarbans. And we have informed about that cultural common sense with reference to the work of Amitesh Da. Right? It is in that domain that I try to see cultural common sense. In that domain, in spite of all kind of claims, we also hear this voice of a kind of cultural common sense which allows us to play with the notion of difference, not similarity, which demands from us an ordinary sensibility to be with the notion of difference. This notion of difference was at some point of time in a very sweeping manner was in textbook, it was presented as unity in diversity, Bahujan Hitay, Bahujan Sukhay, so and so forth. All sorts of formulations about this difference we hear early on. But we also complain today that early on when we heard of these formulations about the difference, we also felt that those differences were glossed over. They were assimilated into. They were supposed to imbibe one universal homogeneous idea of national culture, right? That is our complaint about the early celebration of difference whatsoever that we have seen under the level of Nehruvian imagination of India, Nehruvian tryst with rationality in India. we have also felt discomfort about that kind of, glossing over, that kind of sweeping claim, which diminished the notion of difference in some way or other, right? Today, we are more sensitive to not get into that trajectory of, diminishing the notion of difference, even though we are operating with this cultural common sense, which allows us to take note of the differences, which can be also safely called by some statist kind of thinker as a certain kind of, universalism, as certain kind of celebration of pluralism or diversity. But it's not only that. When we say difference today, it means recognizing the autonomy of that difference, of each different block. It is also, by default, it is also not to be mistaken for certain kind of celebration of iconoclasm or celebration of each cultural bit as republic by itself. No, they all have interfaces. This is the kind of theoretical background in which one can revisit theoretical discourses. Professor Anand Kumar rightly mentioned about Gramsci's deliberation on culture, which opens up great deal of possibility for us to get into the business of taking note of the difference and also taking note of the interface of differences, right? Difference does not exist in isolation. Difference is difference because it is in interrelation with something else, right? This was the context in which we celebrated quite a few things coming to us from various quarters of margin. This was the context in which we had variety of cultural iconography emerging and giving us messages about how to really be with differences, right? This was the context in which some of us started celebrating even variety of religious identifications, ethnic identification. No matter how many of my friends would have told me that, Dalit culture is different from the culture of its counterpart, caste counterpart, I always felt that there is always dialogue between the two. Dialogue does not disappear because there is recognition of difference. I mean, taking an educationist like Paulo Freire's suggestion, one realizes as to how dialogue is essential building block of any kind of social formation. If that building block does not exist, the social formation will be endangered. So likewise, I mean, why only along the line of caste, also along the line of community and creed, we have seen in everyday life, cultural common sense has allowed people from different faiths to mingle, right? Now, this cannot be simply reduced into certain kind of phenomenon of syncretism or certain kind of political dispensation, which is perpetuating the idea of Nehruvian India. No, it's a cultural logic, very ordinary lives logic. Many of us, Brahma Prakash writes in his book that he was not allowed to go to watch Nach performances as a child, but he attended those performances, right? Right? Many of us, like Professor Anand Kumar was saying, that we were not allowed to watch films freely, cinema, but we all bunked schools to watch movies, right? So the intersection of differences cannot be altogether dismissed. It is that intersection of differences which, for me, to my mind, becomes very central to the cultural common sense in everyday life. It also goes through certain kind of contestation. It gives rise to contestations. There are a variety of WhatsApp groups around us. Some of the groups are of some of the parents who are in the neighborhood. We have grouped on WhatsApp so that our kids could play with each other. And alongside our kids playing, the parents have also started playing. And we crack jokes of all sorts, which are very much within the cultural framework. Some of the friends would say that, you know what, your subaltern jokes are very politically incorrect and they're very insensitive toward this or that. I agree with that. I agree with that complaint. My jokes might offend anyone. My cultural common sense may offend anyone. However, I would not like to give up on that. Instead, I would like to listen to the others' jokes too. The counter jokes are as important as my jokes. Likewise, the counter challenges which arises from the cultural common sense in everyday life, those counter arguments, those counter variants, those counter intuitive elements, to put in very epistemological term, are as important as the largely recognizable whole of cultural common sense within which difference is important. In this background, I share with you my recent romance with a particular community of artists in India. And I have shared with some of you, Amitesh Da, Brahma Prakash, I have shared with you my love for Behrupia. I suddenly realized that, Behrupias are, if I follow ICSSR formulation, or if I follow policy perspective formulation, one can say Behrupias are disappearing tribe of sort, or Behrupias are disappearing community of sort. Well, there is decline in their appearance. They are not as many as they used to be in public view, but they have not altogether disappeared. It depends on who is taking interest in them. If I take interest in them, I can find out where they are, who they are, what all they do. And the reason why I mentioned Behrupia is precisely because they give me a further sustainable inroad into this cultural common sense which can celebrate difference. Who are these Behrupias? I just refer to one particular family of Behrupias which is very well known, nationally well known in India. But unfortunately, they don't make too many news on television or radio, or I don't know, God knows what all news we hear these days, maybe WhatsApp University news or all sorts of news, but they do not really inform us about this particular community of people. I am referring to a particular set of Behrupias from from a place which used to be a village at one point of time, but it became part of a colonial settlement now known as Bandikui district in Rajasthan. Bandikui district is very close to Dausa, and in Bandikui district there is a small segment. That area is called Bhandera. Literally, it would mean, if you break it down etymologically, it will mean Bhandon ka dera, the dera of Bhands, which means the settlement, the temporary settlement. Dera is a temporary settlement of Bhands. Bhands are those people who impersonate and perform in public, right? So Bhandera at one point of time used to be an isolated settlement, but when the colonial power recognized the importance of this place called Bandikui, they made it a colonial settlement, and Bhandera became part of Bandikui. Now in Bhandera, there is a family of Behrupias. The father figure in that family was Shivraj Behrupia, who passed away during the pandemic. He passed away, and he has 6 sons. All 6 sons perform as Behrupias. And Shivraj Behrupia was very, very famous. He was invited to perform at all kind of national performances, national occasions of performances. What is very interesting about this family of Behrupia is that they are Muslims. They claim to be practicing Muslims, right? And their names are almost Hindu names mixed with Muslim names. Shivraj himself was Shivraj Behrupia because he was born, apparently, I was told by his sons that he was born on Shivratri. And his parents, who were that time nomadic, even now they were supposed to be nomadic, but now for all practical purposes, they no longer go around. But at that point of time, when Shivraj Behrupia was born, they were nomadic, and he was born while en route for a performance in Bihar. He was born in Muzaffarpur district in Bihar. They claim to be originally from Rajasthan. He was born en route during a performance in which his family was traveling. He was born in Bihar, and he was born on the occasion of Shivratri. And his parents comfortably, without any hesitation, named him Shivraj Behrupia, right? So association with Shiva, practicing Muslim who would offer namaz whenever possible, who would go to, there is one peer with which this family, along with the other families of Behrupias, identify themselves. All of them unite on the urs of this particular peer in Rajasthan. All the marriages are settled during this urs. All kind of family and community related disputes or new kind of negotiations happen during the urs. Now this is practicing Muslim family with a peer in the center, and their names mix Hindu and Muslim names. They also celebrate Hindu festivals, invariably all the Hindu festivals. Hindu festivals are the occasions when they impersonate as Hindu gods, and they collect a lot of gift in return. Most of their gods they perform are Hindu gods, but the performance pantheon of character would also include character like a jinn, or a character like a corrupt daroga, or character like a corrupt Munim, so and so forth. But there is a huge chunk of Hindu gods and goddesses they would perform. During one of the performances, just to add to this story, during one of the performances lately, 3 years back, before the pandemic broke out, they were performing in this very famous fair in Faridabad. It's called Mela, Surajkund Mela, right? And during that Surajkund Mela, the President of India, Ramnath Kovind, was supposed to visit. And for his visit, this particular family member from Shivraj Behrupia's family, he was asked to perform as Shiva. And he dressed up as Shiva. The other was dressed up as Hanuman. They received compliments from the president. But then there were some of the organizers who were very uncomfortable with them. They told them that, you know what, you're Muslim. Why are you performing Hindu gods? You're supposed to perform only Muslim gods or whoever is Muslim character. Your performance of Hindu god is not good, is not respectful. Now, I go back to my childhood, so can you. And you can recall, you saw many of these Behrupias performing as Kali, Durga, less of Durga, more of Kali. Hanuman I have seen Shiva, I have seen so many gods. It never occurred to my mind, who are these people? Do they have cultural right to perform my gods? Right? I never had that question. Instead, I, as a growing up child, always thought, and personal is equally important in the cultural common sense, therefore I need to refer to my personal experience. I thought that Kali must look like this person who is performing Kali. Shiva must look like this person who is performing Shiva in front of my eyes. I don't know how else Shiva to be imagined. I always knew that Shiva has to be imagined with the way this Behrupia is performing Shiva. I always knew that, the Krishna has to be imagined the way this Behrupia is showing me the Krishna. My world to mythological imagination, my road to mythological imagination was through Behrupias. But there comes a moment in cultural common sense when you have this interjection, counterintuitive interjection, where you're told that, you know what, you're Muslim, how can you perform a Hindu god? That is what shows the complexity of culture in the margin, right? Do stop me when I am exceeding my time limit. The story will go on.
Maybe another 4 minutes to wrap up.
Okay, I'll wrap up now. So this is one kind of ethnographic route that I take to build upon the idea of cultural common sense and how it is not a monolithic category, right? With this kind of cultural common sense, I recently visited another place which is very famous as a tourist destination. It's called Kevala Dev Sanctuary in Bharatpur in Rajasthan, right on the border of UP and Rajasthan, Bharatpur, right? In Kevala Dev Sanctuary, all the tourists go to watch migratory birds. So did I. But while watching migratory birds, I also encountered a cultural landscape within it. And the cultural landscape was fossilized in time, so to say, because there was a very old 500-year-old Shiva temple. There was a 400-year-old Ram temple. And there is an equally archaic mazar of a peer. And the peer's name, as told by the khadim of that mazar, the peer's name is Alimuddin Chishti, who belonged to Chishti Silsila of Sufis at one point of time. And Alimuddin Chishti in his time decided to settle down in this sanctuary, which then was not a sanctuary. It was a Jat land feared by the British. British never trusted the Jat kings, and therefore Jat kings, according to former diplomat Natwar Singh, all the Jat kings were looked down upon. So this was the area, this was the Jat land in which there was this sanctuary kind of space where all kind of birds visited. And along with birds, some of these mendicants, some of these peer fakirs, some of these old souls also visited, and they decided to settle down over there. Peer Fakir Alimuddin Chishti settled down there, and when he died, he told all his followers that his grave should be right there, and his grave is right there, on which we have this mazar. When Peer was still alive, one of the priests, who was a Nath Panthi priest in the temple across the road from Peer's place, he became a very good friends with the Peer, and he willed to his followers, this Hindu Nathpanthi, I mean, if Hindu is too homogeneous, Nathpanthi priest suggested to all his followers from nearby villages that I am the best friend of this peer, and when I die, bury me next to this peer only. And even today, when I go to visit this sanctuary, I go to this peer's mazar and I see this priest's platform in memory of this priest. There is a platform made next to the mazar. And anybody who is going to offer sajda on the mazar invariably also worships on this priest's platform. And I see the possibility with cultural common sense. That possibility has to be retained at political, ideological level. And I strongly believe that it is our responsibility to theorize that possibility in contemporary India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dev, for sticking to time, which is absolutely wonderfully done and managed, and for sharing with us some of your thoughts and the project probably that you've been working on with Bharupia's, which immensely becomes significant in today's India, I suppose. Should we have the question for each speaker once he finishes with his presentation, or maybe we have them at the end?
Yeah.
But Dr. Gupta, how would you, is it okay to have it at the end?
Yes, sir, I think we can have it at the end,
Okay.
because we are at a short of time. Okay.
Yeah, that's precisely what I thought. I thought as much. Yeah. So thanks, Dev, for such lucid, wonderful presentation. And we move on to our next speaker, Dr. Brahma Prakash from School of Art and Aesthetics, Jawaharlal Nehru University in Delhi. I welcome you on behalf of the college and the great initiative that brought us here on board. So can we have Dr. Brahma Prakash for his presentation?
Sorry, I was muted, so I was not able to speak in between. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And it's really a pleasure to speak in Rajdhani College. Also, I think always I try to generally skip these kinds of meeting. But I think I have in my friend list, we have Dr. Dev Pathak, who will somewhere will try to contact you and will try to bring you in these kinds of seminar, meeting, gathering, and then it becomes difficult to also say no. And so again, yeah, so that was the kinds of and today we had a kinds of very complex discussion, and the way we see culture, we are taking culture as a kinds of modality of seeing, then one can say culture is a complex seeing. It's not an easy way out. It is not a given way, and therefore it always becomes difficult if you're talking about culture. And therefore, we cannot expect any answer, because many times in social sciences discipline, in many other disciplines, you have whole expectations that, okay, tell me what is going to be the answer. I don't think I'm going to provide answers to any of these kinds of complexities. And I think the whole idea is to also to see how we are going to make it complicated further, how to bring some of the underneath holes, some of the underneath complexities in that sense. And you already have a brilliant presentation by Professor Anand Kumar, and after Dev was also talking about a whole range of the things about how you have you cannot make a difference between whether they are following the Hindu religion or they are following the Muslim religion, because they are the people who are really the inheritor of the culture, and they make things more difficult and more complicated in that sense. So what I'm going to do today is not to talk about you already have a discussion around cultural hegemony, and we already have and Dev has already pointed out that how we are nowadays talking about culture as ordinary. And I think this kinds of relation is coming from Raymond Williams' intervention. Otherwise, we used to talk about culture as an extraordinary. perhaps the discipline I am in, where like we teach theater, performance studies, aesthetics, wherever you talk about culture, they will say, okay, you're talking about something extraordinary. ये कुछ बहुत ही बड़ा बात है, माने कॉमन लोग नहीं समझ सकते, हम उसके बारे में बात करते हैं. तो whole idea is not to make common people understand, and that is the whole idea of the culture. But I think one interjection by Raymond Williams has completely like done away with these kinds of hierarchies. And when he made this announcement that culture is ordinary, culture is something that you share, and that becomes the point of departure for culture. What I'm going to do today is to understand this whole idea of that. So I was saying that I'm not going to talk about cultural hegemony that way. I'm going to talk about the hegemony of culture. And when I'm saying hegemony of culture, then I'm going to talk about largely that how we understand culture, that itself creates this whole idea of the hegemony. So for example, and I'm sorry for like, Amitesh, the latest like, see. So for example, when you talk about Bengali culture, you to say that अच्छा Bengali का culture है, बिहारी का culture नहीं होता है. एकदम क्लियर और डिमार्केशन है कि बंगाली का कल्चर होता है. You talk about Marathi culture, you talk about Bengali culture, you talk about Tamil culture. But when it comes to UP, when it comes to Bihar, when it goes to Punjab, पंजाब का culture है, लेकिन it's very much part of agriculture. वो थोड़ा सा एग्रीकल्चर वाला कल्चर है, वो कल्चर वाला कल्चर नहीं है. Oh, they are not talking about some dance, classical dance. They are not talking about some classical music in that sense. So it becomes a sites of backwardness. It becomes like a culturally backward region. So Bihar becomes a sites of culturally backward region. And because I come from Bihar, and I'm not trying to play here like regional identity in that sense, I am trying to make a certain kinds of connection that goes across India, and to that extent, it can go across the world. Like if you're trying to implicate this idea of the culture. So what I'm trying to make this whole argument that how our notion of culture remains quite implicated in our notion of colonialism, like in the way how colonialism has constructed the very notion of culture, and how they becomes a sense of privileges that defines a culture. तो अभी मैं थोड़ा सा देव सर को भी ये करूंगा, जैसे कि मैथिली में कहावत है कि हम 56 प्रकार के भोग लगाते हैं, माने दे 56 different kinds of food, and that becomes the sites of culture. So this shows that agar मान लिया, so if you are, so this shows that what this example pertains that if you, unless you don't have 56 प्रकार का भोग, you cannot talk about culture. So one here also it becomes a sites where we are trying to generate certain kinds of privilege when we are talking about culture. So for example, you cannot take about like so how people eat ecologically, how people eat economically, that could have been also part of culture. But unless how much you are spending, how much you are exploiting, how much you are trying to like trying to spend, and that becomes the part of the culture. Second idea of the culture that I would like to challenge, and that I have also challenged my own work, is the notion of leisure. The classes who have notion of culture, they can have a culture. जिसके पास लेजर का टाइम नहीं है, उसके पास तो कल्चर है ही नहीं. ये पूरा, ये भी एक बहुत ही प्रिविलेज नोशन है, और पूरा डिबेट रहा है मार्क्सिस्ट सर्किल में, बाकी सारे सर्किल में, कि वर्किंग क्लास को लेजर चाहिए ताकि वो गाना सुन सकें, ताकि वो इस तरह के एक्टिविटीज में पार्टिसिपेट कर सकें. इन आवर कॉलेजेज, इन आवर यूनिवर्सिटी वी गिव ए सेपरेट टाइम दैट ये लेजर टाइम है, इस लेजर टाइम में ही कल्चर होगा. एज जो लोग धान बो रहे हैं, द पीपल हु आर लाइक पार्टिसिपेटिंग लाइक paddy cultivation, people who are doing some kinds of labor work, it seems that they cannot produce culture. जो लोग जातों का ये गाना गाते हैं, जाते पे जो महिलाएं अनाज ये करती थी, पीसती थी, तो it seems that they cannot have a culture. तो ये दो तीन जो नोशन है उसी को लेकर मैं कर रहा हूं. एक है कि how to understand this notion of culturally backward region, इसका पॉलिटिक्स क्या है. दूसरा है कि ये लेजर टाइम का जो मामला है उसका पॉलिटिक्स क्या है, कि जिसके पास लेजर होगा उसी के पास कल्चर होगा, जिसके पास लेजर नहीं होगा उसके पास कल्चर नहीं होगा. और तीसरा पॉइंट कि किस तरह से हमारा पूरा अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो कल्चर का है वो सेंस ऑफ प्रिविलेज में लोकेटेड है, और सेंस ऑफ प्रिविलेज है जो पूरा एक कॉलोनियल कंस्ट्रक्शन है, उसी के अनुसार हम कल्चर को कंसीडर करने की कोशिश करते हैं. इसीलिए जब भी बात होती है बंगाली कल्चर, मराठी कल्चर, तमिल कल्चर की, तो हमें ये लोकेट करना होगा यहाँ पर कि कल्चर का सेंटर क्या था, कॉलोनियल सेंटर कहाँ था. कलकत्ता यूज्ड टू बी द कॉलोनियल सेंटर्स, इसलिए कलकत्ता के पास कल्चर हो गया. मद्रास यूज्ड टू बी द कॉलोनियल सेंटर्स, इसलिए तमिलनाडु के पास कल्चर हो गया. बम्बई यूज्ड टू बी द कॉलोनियल सेंटर, इसलिए मुंबई के पास मराठी कल्चर हो गया. जो पेरिफेरी में थे, द पीपल और सोसाइटी हु वेयर इन द पेरिफेरी, दे ऑल बिकम बैकवर्ड. They all become backward regions in that sense, and therefore this directly implicates that how much like this notion of cultural identities that goes along with this idea of colonialism informs our own notion of culture. तो ये बात है जो मैं बताना चाहूंगा. दूसरा है रेमंड विलियम्स अपना जब वो कल्चर को डिफाइन करते हैं, परिभाषित करते हैं, तो उसमें बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग बात बोलते हैं कि शुरू में जब कल्चर की बातें होती थी तो कल्चर में दोनों बातें आती थी. If it is okay if I'm using both the language, I think should be okay. That is why okay. तो जैसे कि वो जब रेमंड विलियम्स बात कर रहे हैं, when he is talking about culture, then he is using like two sides of production of culture. Culture as a cultivation of human faculty, जहाँ चिंतन होता है, जहाँ मनन होता है, and culture as a part of agriculture, जहाँ पर खेती होती, जहाँ पर कि लेबर होता है. So when he was saying that कि how culture was a side of both, दोनों तरह से कल्चर को इन्फॉर्म होता था, दोनों तरह से कल्चर बनता था, लेकिन किस तरह से ग्रेजुअली जैसे जैसे क्लास का निर्माण हो रहा है, जैसे जैसे एक डिवीजन बनता जा रहा है, वैसे वैसे हम देख रहे हैं कि कल्चर है जो सिर्फ कल्टीवेशन ऑफ ह्यूमन फैकल्टी हो गया, कल्टीवेशन ऑफ नॉलेज हो गया, लेकिन जो लोग भी इस तरह के लेबर एक्टिविटीज में शामिल थे, एग्रीकल्चर में थे, वो सारे लोग कल्चर के साइड से बाहर हो गए. टू दैट एक्सटेंट यहाँ पे है टैगोर का, रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर का एक राइटिंग है जहां पर वो डिफरेंशिएशन करते हैं कृषि और संस्कृति के बारे में. उन्होंने लिखा है कृषि और संस्कृति के बारे में बात किया है. और ऑफ कोर्स लाइक इफ यू आर थिंकिंग अबाउट टैगोर, देन ही इज सच ए काइंड ऑफ लाइक प्रोलिफिक राइटर. वो बहुत सारे उनके पोजीशन हैं और इसलिए ये नहीं कहा जा सकता कि जो मैं स्टेटमेंट देने जा रहा हूँ वही उनके सारी चीजों को समराइज कर देता है. लेकिन उन्होंने जो आर्टिकल लिखा है कृषि और संस्कृति के बारे में, उन्होंने वहां कहा है कि किस तरह से संस्कृति के निर्माण के लिए ये जरूरी है कि कृषि से बाहर आया जाए. फिर से मैं रिपीट कर रहा हूं, if you want to be part of culture, then necessarily you have to come out of the sense of agriculture or the sides of agriculture, and this is the way you are going to create the culture. अब जहां पर ये हुआ कि अगर मान लिया कि if that becomes our understanding, if that informs our understanding, तो जो भी कल्चर एग्रीकल्चर के साथ रहा, जो भी कल्चर एग्रीकल्चर के साथ में रहा, वो सारे कल्चर है जो बैकवर्ड कल्चर हो गए. सारे कल्चर अगर कहा जाए तो कल्चर नहीं रहे. सो देन वी हैव लाइक पीपल एंड कम्युनिटीज हु आर नॉट कल्चर्ड इनफ. वो कल्चर उनके पास है, हम बोल सकते हैं थियरी में कि कल्चर सबके पास कल्चर है, और सोसाइटी और कम्युनिटीज है कल्चर, लेकिन कुछ लोग ज्यादा कल्चर्ड हो गए, कुछ लोग ऐसे ही थोड़ा सा कम रह गए या बैकवर्ड कल्चर का पार्ट हो गए, या जिसको हम बोलते हैं भदेश हो गए. माने they are like going like they are the people who cannot be considered as a part of culture. इसी तरह का प्रोडक्शन आर्ट और कल्चर में भी हुआ, जहां पर जो लोग का एस्थेटिक्स कैनोटेशन हुआ, जहां पर एस्थेटिक्स आया, उनका पार्ट है जो एग्रीकल्चरल, ये कल्चरल प्रोडक्शन का पार्ट हो गया. जहां पर एस्थेटिक्स का सेंस नहीं हो पाया, वो थोड़ा सा पीछे रह गया. जैसे फोक कल्चर के बारे में हम एस्थेटिक्स की बात नहीं करते हैं. When we discuss about folk culture, we don't talk about aesthetics. But when it comes to classical dance, like Bharatanatyam, when it comes to some other kinds of like theater, like elite theater, then we talk about culture, क्योंकि उसके पास एक aesthetics tool है. और इसकी चर्चा नामवर सिंह भी किए हैं, इसकी चर्चा ये रेमंड विलियम्स भी किए हैं. ये नामवर सिंह बताते हैं कि किस तरह से दो चीजों को आने से हमारी संस्कृति की समझ कैसे बदल गई. एक बताते हैं कि किस तरह से सौंदर्य शास्त्र ने, एस्थेटिक्स ने हमारे कल्चरल अंडरस्टैंडिंग को इलीट के साथ लाके खड़ा कर दिया, कि जिसके पास एस्थेटिक्स टूल्स है, जिसके पास एस्थेटिक्स उस तरह का फ्रेमवर्क है, वही कल्चर की बात कर सकता है. जिसके पास नहीं है, उसका कल्चर है जो वो एस्थेटिक्स एनालिसिस में नहीं आ सकता है. दूसरी चर्चा वो करते हैं, इसका ये बताते हैं कि एक तो बता रहे हैं कि एस्थेटिक्स के साथ हुआ, दूसरा है कि सिविलाइजेशन. बहुत ही अच्छे तरह से प्रोफेसर आनंद कुमार ने सिविलाइजेशन और कल्चर का डेफिनेशन बताया, समझाने की कोशिश किया कि किस तरह से सिविलाइजेशन है जो टेम्पोरल एक्टिविटीज है, एक टेम्पोरल एंटिटी है, एक टाइम फ्रेम में होता है. तो बताते हैं कि जब भी कल्चर का सेंस है एक सिविलाइजेशन के साथ जुड़ गया, वो कल्चर का सेंस सिविलाइज्ड हो गया, सिविक हो गया. इसलिए बहुत बार हम कल्चर की बात करते हैं तो हम सिविक नोशन की बात करते हैं, सिविक सेंस की बात करते हैं, कि जिसके पास सिविक सेंस है, कैसे आप बात करते हैं, मैनरिज्म की बात करते हैं, तो मैनरिज्म आपका कल्चर हो गया. किस तरह से आप, कैसा आपका स्मेल होना चाहिए, कैसा टच होना चाहिए, कैसे आपको बातें करनी चाहिए, ये सब है जो कल्चर का पार्ट हो गया. यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने ये भी एज्यूम कर लिया कि पीपल हु आर थिंकिंग विथ माइंड दे कैन प्रोड्यूस कल्चर, लेकिन जो लोग माइंड से नहीं सोचते हैं वो कल्चर प्रोड्यूस नहीं कर सकते हैं. तो यहाँ पर हमारे यहाँ बात होती है, हम जब डांस स्टडीज में बात करते हैं तो हमारे यहाँ एक कहावत है और बोलते भी हैं हम नॉर्थ इंडिया में कि घुटने से सोचते हो क्या, डू यू थिंक फ्रॉम योर लेग, घुटने से सोचते हो क्या. अब कोई बोले कि घुटने से सोचते हो क्या, बहुत ही बदेश कमेंट है, बहुत ही लो कमेंट है कि अरे ये तो आदमी है जो आदमी का दिमाग नहीं चलता, ये घुटने से सोचता है. लेकिन डांसर ने बार बार प्रूव कर दिया है कि डांसर है जो घुटने से ही सोचता है. And now in dance studies, we proudly say that we think from घुटना, हम लेग से ही सोचते हैं, वही हमारा मेमोरी है, साइट्स ऑफ मेमोरी हमारा वही है। हमने बहुत सारे जो सिंगर हैं, डांसर हैं, उनका इंटरव्यू कर रहा था, तो पाया कि अगर उनसे पूछिए कि गाना सुनाइए, तो वो कहेंगे कि गाना तो सुनाने के लिए आपको पहले हारमोनियम देना पड़ेगा, बिना हारमोनियम के तो हम गाना नहीं सुना सकते हैं। और कहीं उनको गाना सुनाने के लिए पता लगा उनको याद ही नहीं, कोई भी गाना याद नहीं है। हारमोनियम दे दीजिए, सारा गाना याद आ जाता है। इसका मतलब वहां हाथ का भी तो कोई रोल है। हाउ योर हैंड्स कैन ब्रिंग योर मेमोरीज बैक, हाउ योर हैंड्स कैन ऑल्सो थिंक, एंड दैट एग्जाम्पल्स क्लियरली शोज कि उनको हारमोनियम दीजिए, सारा मेमोरी उनका वापस आ जाता है। डांसर के लिए कहिए कि थोड़ा सा डांस बताइए, कैसे डांस करते हैं। आई थिंक नो डांसर इज गोइंग टू टेल यू कि कैसे डांस करते हैं। वो कहेंगे कि बस मैं डांस करके बता देता हूँ, आप मुझे स्पेस दीजिए, मैं डांस करके बता देता हूँ। एंड देन बोथ दीज एग्जाम्पल्स क्लियरली शोज कि आप घुटने से भी सोचते हैं। हमारा जो सोच है, जो सिर्फ माइंड से नहीं होता है, हमारा सोच घुटने से भी होता है। और ये है जो अभी एकदम ये मतलब ये एविडेंस का मामला है कि नाउ विद द होल स्कॉलरली काइंड्स ऑफ वर्क, नाउ यू हैव एविडेंसेस दैट क्लियरली सजेस्ट दैट पीपल आल्सो थिंक फ्रॉम देयर कॉर्पोरियल बॉडीज, योर होल लिम्स थिंक्स, डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ लिम्स है, वो उस वे में सोचता है। दूसरे हमारे यहाँ जो कंट्राडिक्शन, एक मेजर कंट्राडिक्शन आता है कल्चर को डिफाइन करने का और कल्चर को ये करने का कि जब भी रिलीजन की बात आती है तो लोग बताते हैं हाँ रिलीजन तो कल्चर का साइट है, वहां पर तो बहुत सारे कल्चर होते हैं, आप फेस्टिवल में जाते हैं, आप पूजा करते हैं, उसमें आचरण है, व्यवहार है, सब कल्चर का पार्ट है। लेकिन दूसरा साइट होता है जो सोशल साइंसेज में बहुत सारी डिबेट में जिसको दरकिनार कर दिया जाता है, उसको बोलते हैं सुपरस्टिशन। ये भूत है, ये प्रेत है, इस पे विश्वास नहीं करो। तो ये एक जो साइट है, जैसे रिलीजन का भी कोई लॉजिक नहीं है, कोई आर्गुमेंट नहीं हो सकता है, कोई एविडेंस नहीं हो सकता है, उसी तरह से अगर हम देखें जहां पर भूत प्रेत जो रहता है उसका भी कोई एविडेंस।
Sorry to interrupt you, Brahma Prakash ji. Another 2 minutes to wrap up. Is that okay?
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I will try to. Yeah. तो
sorry, just a minute, Dr. Brahma Prakash. Dr. Mukhopadhyay, we still have time till 2:30, and we just have one more speaker, so I think we can give more time to him.
Fine. Okay.
So can you just tell me कितना टाइम है, तो मैं अपना उसी अनुसार से।
We have 30 minutes for each speaker, and so since we have time till 2:30, so after you we just have one more speaker, so we can have the question answer sessions after that.
Because you suggested that we should have question answer initially, question answer and the speaking together 30 minutes, so I was going according to that plan, but anyway it's fine. Okay. We start by a little. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Brahma, please.
या तो जो बता रहा था, तो मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा था कि हमारे इंडियन सोसाइटी में जो एक मेजर हुआ है कल्चर को दरकिनार करने का और बाकी लोगों को कल्चर को अंडरमाइन करने का, वो ये हुआ है कि एक रिलीजन का साइट बन गया है, एक सुपरस्टिशन का साइट बन गया है। जो भूत प्रेत की पूजा करते हैं, जब मैं स्कूल जाता था तो हमारे टीचर बोलते थे कि सरस्वती माता की पूजा कीजिए, सरस्वती माता की वंदना कीजिए, लेकिन वही बोलते थे कि अरे ये लोग तो भूत पिशाच की पूजा करते हैं। अगर मैं बोलूं, लॉजिकली बोलूं, तो आप किस लॉजिक से बोल रहे हैं कि मैं सरस्वती माँ की वंदना करूं, किस लॉजिक से मैं भूत प्रेत की पूजा ना करूं? कोई लॉजिक नहीं हो सकता है, दोनों का लॉजिक एक है। अगर विश्वास का ये मामला है, इफ इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ फेथ, देन बोथ ऑपरेट्स थ्रू द मैटर ऑफ फेथ। दोनों जगह एक मैटर ऑफ फेथ का मामला है। यहाँ पे मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि पॉइंट जो हम थिएटर में और जो आर्ट में हम देखना चाहते हैं, और आर्तो अंतोनियो आर्तो हमारे यहाँ के बहुत बड़े स्कॉलर थे, विद्वान थे, प्रैक्टिशनर थे थिएटर की, उन्होंने लिखा कि वेस्टर्न जो थिएटर है, यूरोपियन थिएटर है, पूरी तरह से शिथिल हो चुका है, मर चुका है, उसको एक जीवन देने की जरूरत है। उसमें जीवन कहां से आएगा? तो उन्होंने कहा कि नॉट नेसेसरली, तो इसलिए बताया कि थिएटर को रिचुअल के लेवल पे लाने की जरूरत है। हमारा जो पूरा भी अटेम्प्ट है, हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारे थिएटर एक्टिविस्ट होते हैं, कल्चरल एक्टिविस्ट होते हैं, उनका पूरा काम होता है कि गांव-गांव में जाके थिएटर का प्रचार करना, लेकिन गांव का जो कल्चर और थिएटर है उसको पर वो ध्यान नहीं देते हैं। दे विल नॉट से कि अच्छा सारे गांव का एक कल्चर है, सारे गांव का एक थिएटर है, तो उस पर नहीं ध्यान देते हुए उनका एक कदम होता है, मिशन होता है कि सारे गांव में थिएटर कैसे बनाया जाए। बहुत अच्छी बात हो सकती है, लेकिन इसका एक दूसरा पहलू भी है। तो उसमें अंतोनियो आर्तो कहते हैं कि हमें ये, तो यहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है कि हमारे पास जो रिचुअल के लेवल पे जो कल्चर था और रिचुअल के लेवल पे जो प्रैक्टिसेस थी, हमने उसको कंप्लीटली अंडरमाइन कर दिया कि ये रिचुअल है, ये स्टडी का नहीं मामला है, ये आर्ट का मामला नहीं है। यहाँ पे आर्ट नहीं होता है, यहाँ पे क्रिएटिविटी नहीं हो सकता है, जबकि इफ यू वांट टू रियली सी, देन दैट हैज बीन द पार्ट ऑफ मेजर साइट्स ऑफ कल्चरल प्रोडक्शन इन आवर सोसाइटी। अब है कि प्यार तो बताते हैं, यहाँ पे क्या चलता है, यहाँ पर हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि किस तरह से रिचुअल से थिएटर बनाया जाए। आर्थो कोशिश कर रहे थे कि थिएटर को किस तरह से रिचुअल के लेवल पे लाया जाए ताकि वो जीवंत हो सके, ताकि वो कम्युनिटी से जुड़ सके, ताकि वो सेंसेशन पैदा कर सके। उनका वही कहना था कि थिएटर को रिचुअल पे लाने की इसलिए जरूरत है क्योंकि थिएटर में सेंसेशन नहीं रह गया है, थिएटर से कोई डरता नहीं है। लोग मान के चलते हैं कि ये गलत कैरेक्टर है, लेकिन जब आप भूत देखते हैं तो भूत से आप डरते हैं, भूत आपके मन में सेंसेशन पैदा करता है। तो उनका कहना था कि इसलिए नहीं, कि इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि थिएटर को घोस्टली बना दिया जाए, भूत प्रेत के लेवल पे ला दिया जाए, लेकिन थिएटर में किस तरह से सेंसेशन पैदा किया जाए जो आपके सारे बॉडी को, सारे शरीर को एकदम रिजुविनेट कर सके, सारे शरीर को झकझोर के रख सके। इसलिए आप सिर्फ मेंटली, आप सिर्फ चिंतन के लेवल पे थिएटर को न देख सकें, जबकि पूरा शरीर आप उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करे और थिएटर और इस तरह के रिचुअल को देख सके। तो ये उनका एक कदम था। इसी तरह बहुत सारी बातें हो सकती है, और जो मैं पॉइंट 2-3 इंडिकेट करना चाह रहा था, और वो शायद हो भी गया होगा एग्जाम्पल से, कि किस तरह से जो कल्चर का हमारे यहाँ साइट रहा है, वो किस तरह से कल्चर का साइट अपने आप में ही बहुत ही प्रिविलेज साइट्स रहा है। हम वहां पर हैव्स की बात करते हैं, हमारे पास कितनी साड़ियां हैं, कितने पहनावे हैं, कितने खाने हैं। हम ये नहीं बात करते हैं कि इकोनॉमिकली लेवल पे कौन पहनता है। हमारे आदिवासी सोसाइटी में किस तरह से वो लोग हैं, बहुत ही कम खर्चे में, बहुत ही कम खाने को किस तरह से कल्चरली यूज करते हैं। तो unless we are not moving these sides of thinking, I think we are going to have this whole privilege notion, and then we will also have this whole marginal sides of cultural production. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Brahma Prakash, for such ideas ranging from Raymond Williams, who I thought was very important to invoke on any discussion on culture, and to the Marxist sort of revisiting some of the tenets from within, asking some of the important ways in which the cultural practices create its own kind of center and margins in terms of hierarchizing what culture could ostensibly be and what is often set aside, sort of sidestepped as being something which remains shrouded in labor, as though it's emptied of all its cultural connotations. So thanks very much once again for such wonderful brainstorming sort of way in which you have presented your thoughts. I'm sure there will be many questions soon after, and with the questions sort of streaming and sort of looming large, we move on to the next speaker, the third speaker of this panel, Dr. Mitashri. If I think I got her, Mitashri Srivastava. Mitashri Srivastava, who teaches anthropology in the at the University of Delhi. May we have her for one third and the final presentation for this panel. Unmute. For one third.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, yes, thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to the organizing team committee members, co-chair sir, my fellow panelists, and the audiences. Since I consider myself as an old school scholar, I would rather be preferring a rigid structural presentation today, where I'll be reading out some excerpts from my research paper, restricting myself to the boundaries of my discipline, which is anthropology, of course, and I'll attempt to share some ethnographic observations that I made in my Buddhist universe. Anthropologists are presumed to be culture experts. However, when culture needs to be defined in absolute terms, we find ourselves somehow trapped in ethical, epistemological, and empirical dilemmas, and appreciating and critiquing culture seems to be a very uncanny task. The reason is very simple. Culture is both a panacea as well as a problem, a meaningful construct as well as a dope. To justify my point, I would quote 3 such instances in anthropological history when such dilemmas became very, very prominent. In 1947, Melville Herskowitz, the renowned American cultural anthropologist, opposed UNESCO's idea of universal human rights, and he submitted his own statement on human rights to the United Nations through the American Anthropological Association, promoting a culturally relativistic stance. Why did he do this? He did this to safeguard the legal rights of other cultures who stood outside the majestic arc of Western liberalism. This raised critical debates in global intellectual circles and raised multiple suspicions. Case 2. In 1952, anthropologists Alfred L. Kroeber and Clyde Klekohen published the book titled Culture, a Critical Review of Concepts and Definitions, in which they, along with a team of 300 along with a huge team, they picked up 300 anthropological works just to analyze the notion of culture, and finally figured out 164 definitions of culture and tried to fit them into 7 different groups: descriptive, historical, normative, psychological, structural, genetic, and even incomplete definitions. The point to be noted is that in spite of this ambitious attempt to define culture, they somehow miserably failed to convince the academia of the absolute merits of the culture concept. Case 3. In 1986, when James Clifford and George E. Marcus came up with the book Writing Cultures, The Poetics and Politics of Ethnography, a set of anthropologists courageously engaged in critiquing the culture construct, arguing to replace the culture construct with the construct of power. The critique of this postmodernist stance was that it lacked strong intellectual rigor and was appearing narcissist to many. Similar instances in past remind us that no matter how much we anthropologists try to shy away from questions of cultural concerns, we cannot do that. Probably we cannot afford that, for the reason that cultural explanations are needed because they provide us with suitable context for our social actions, creating a sense of a being in the world, and help build an identity for ourselves. From John Beatty's Other Cultures to the first autoethnographic studies in anthropology, we anthropologists wisely engage with culture using culture as a map to navigate the different terrains of humankind, exploring lived realities, and thereby giving culture its due place in the whole schema of learning and unlearning about human behavior. Connecting all of this to today's theme, which is culture in the margins, I want to mention that the theme appears very enticing. It is indeed, because it's indicative of the fact that we, as members of civil society, are ready to open ourselves to all those unknown and distant possibilities that can help us in revisiting the center-margin debates in academia, probably understanding center and margin not in terms of binaries that can be collapsed or reversed, but understanding center and margin debates in terms of displacement, something what is visible in the scholar Derrida's deconstructionist approach. I must mention here that the noted scholar Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, in her essay, Explanations and Culture, Marginalia, she recalls a very interesting episode of her life where she remembers how once she participated in a symposium titled very similar, Explanation and Culture. This symposium was held in Southern California at the Center of Humanities in 1979. She remembers how there she speaks of her marginality at a public session where masculist centricism was so pretty evident. Quoting her, she's saying, "The only way I can hope to suggest how the center itself is marginal is by not remaining outside in the margin and pointing my accusing finger at the center. I might do it rather by implicating myself in the center and seeing what politics makes it marginal. Probably the deconstructivist can use herself as a shuttle between the center, which is inside, and the margin, which is outside, and thus narrating stories of displacement." Connecting all of this to my ethnographic research interest, I want to share that it has been almost more than a decade now that I've been engaging with Buddhist narratives and Buddhist testimonials, focusing on how Buddhist identities are constructed across India. What constitutes authentic Buddhist identities, and how Buddhist core and peripheries are designed by powerful regimes. I try to look deep in the lives of Buddhist nuns and the lay Buddhist women and seek answer to the existential question, such as why do women in Buddhism hold a secondary position? I see their lives as texts and try to translate them, first deconstructing them and then reconstructing them through my narrative agency, aesthetically intertwining with theirs. Today, I'll be sharing a few of my concerns about the marginalization of women as I contemplate on the question, can Buddhist women be called as subaltern? As I proceed understanding the marginality of these Buddhist women, I'm reminded of a very famous book which was written by bell hooks during the third wave of feminism. It's titled as Feminist Theory, From Margin to Center, and it emphasizes on exploring intersectionality of variables such as gender, ethnicity, race, class, nationality, and religion when exploring the problem of women, which she calls as a silent problem, which is ready to be revolutionized in the form of a movement anytime. To prove my point, I must first define what a margin could mean. A margin could be as simple as a geographic demarcation, a descriptive location, or it could be a liminal zone where the local is segregated from the global, exclusion is segregated from empowerment, and oppression is segregated from emancipation. Sometimes on these margins, multiple meanings are overlapping, multiple discourses are overlapping. To extend my arguments, the marginalization of women in Buddhism is a very contentious issue, considering the fact that the cultural authority of women goes unrepresented or misrepresented in the religious sphere of Buddhism. Even the scriptures, inscriptions, texts, and biographies that allow women some authentic representation are just dissected with interpolations that promote patriarchal ideologies, reducing the voices of women to be just a part of the mere aesthetics of religion. I want to mention one of my friends' significant opinion here. Dr. DiNapoli, who is a religion and gender scholar from University of Texas, she says that whenever we are exploring the lives of women, we just need to drop the label of subaltern. Why? Because this label is actually imposing a kind of powerlessness on women. Women have sufficient power. And when we are exploring the lives of other women, we need to understand that they are working within certain structures of their own, certain systems of their own, which are empowering as well as disempowering them at the same time. The challenge is we need to understand the lives of women through multiple discourses, layered discourses. As an anthropologist, I have often pondered that there runs a myth that the subaltern can't speak for themselves because the moment they speak, their identity ceases. In case of Buddhist women, I find this myth breaking down because many of my Buddhist nuns who are respondents, they are coming up with their own monographs, with their own autobiographies, indicating that their voices have power. They can speak as well as be heard. In fact, the scholars of feminist Buddhology believe that the voices of women constitute the voices of what is known as, quote unquote, the sacred feminine, who is intuitive, creative, robust, and resilient. And in their opinion, in any knowledge system, in any cultural system, if such power narratives are ignored, then probably the culture suffers as a whole. I would not much elaborate on the theoretical stances which I have chosen, just giving a crux. There are dualistic philosophies of Buddhism and non-dualistic philosophies of Buddhism, and theoretical standpoints like institutional androcentrism, ascetic misogyny, and some theoretical concepts of empowerment, agency, autonomy, freedom, and resilience, which the scholars have considered in their works. Coming straight away to the findings, apparently Buddhism seems to be a pretty egalitarian religion with no male god biasness. This egalitarianism seems very deceiving because as an institution, religion of Buddhism has a lot of hierarchical arrangements, and these arrangements are visible on a grand scale in the monasteries which have a domination of the male monks. In fact, the Buddhist nunneries I go to, they are located in the remotest corners of the world, and in India, of course, in Ladakh, etc. And these nunneries, the nuns are literally struggling to survive. My nun respondents told me that the daily dollar that they spend on their lives, dollar because they are getting donations, it's $1 a day. So you can imagine they are struggling for food, shelter, education opportunities, ordination possibilities, etc. Now, regarding discrimination, the renunciation aspects of women is also a matter that needs to be sorted out, because when male monks renounce, it's considered to be a matter of privilege and merit. And when these female nuns are renouncing, it's a matter of weakness and vulnerability. In Indian context, these neo-Buddhist nuns, they are affected much deeply because the element of caste comes in question. As a last note, coming very near to the conclusion, I want to mention that on a superficial level, Buddhism promotes similar ethical standards for all its believers, but power interplay deflects these standards only to privilege the men in the group over the women, thereby diluting the ethical claims of a religion towards gender equality and threatening the fate of Bhikkhuni Sangha, or these Buddhist nunneries. What I want to mention here is that the New Age Buddhist women are defying all the stereotypical standards of declaration of what women empowerment is, and they are coming up with their own versions of religious leadership, reducing and ensuring that this religious leadership is not reduced to mere tokenism. What I want to highlight is that the time has come that narratives of marginality must be replaced with narratives of women empowerment. In the case of women, the interpretation of women empowerment has to break glass ceilings and stereotypes. For this, two things are needed. First, the Buddhist women need to come in front as strong solidarity groups where they are trying to connect with one another, sharing their concerns. And second, anthropologists like us, we need to attempt more and more ethnographies in this direction. And this is a big challenge because mostly these nunneries are very isolated ethnographic spheres. They would not allow all the scholars, and especially never the male scholars. And instances in the past have revealed that when we anthropologists have gone there, we have prepared lots of documentaries on them. And without even informing these nuns that we have prepared documentaries on them, we are publicizing it, showcasing it, and gaining laurels and credits. Probably this has to stop, and young anthropologists like me, who are energetic enough to go to these remotest corners, probably we can go there to capture the life of these Buddhist nuns who are still living in their margins. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitrashri Srivastav, for yet another, inspiring session and some of the insights from the ethnographer's world which is absolutely something that has increasingly become the centerpiece in trying to talk about culture, think through culture, engage culture, and perhaps interrogate culture. And three presentations on culture in the margins, and there are some of these things which come up, a kind of the flag for immediate attention. And one is what do we discuss as margin? What is conceived as margin? Probably one way in which it has been done is to retrieve the colloquial, retrieve the commonplace, retrieve the commonsensical world of people who are more practitioners than being preachers. So it's kind of the old debate between the pontiffs and the journeymen with regard to the notion of culture. As we move to the second presentation, which once again comes close to sort of reiterating some of the questions raised earlier, but slightly framed in the questions of labor and laboring bodies versus those who are quote unquote within the domains of aesthetics. Or is aesthetics, the question that could possibly be raised is that would it be emptied of its laboring body when aesthetics is experienced as being something entirely aesthetics experience, as opposed to the questions of laboring individual. And the other idea which kind of comes across very strongly is whether culture has a sense of territory attached to it. Whether when you think of Bengali culture, do I really need to go to Bengal in today's world, or if you really need to sort of experience Marathi culture, do we really need to go to Maharashtra? Is the idea which once again raises that fundamental question of whether the cultural experiences are very bounded in their enunciations, in their articulations. And particularly this becomes very prominent in today's world when we are apparently, something that we almost have tended to take that as almost a given, that whether there can be a sense of territoriality in today's world, where culture increasingly becomes shared ways of doing things. And the idea of culture as phenomena is increasingly something that being pushed to the background. And we move to Dr. Midhastri's presentation, where the question which has come across is, once again, I'm reminded of, she did talk about, James Clifford and Marcus and Clifford's book, Writing Culture, which is one very significant way in which the debates had come up from within anthropology and the questions were being asked from within. And I was reminded of Clifford's other book, where this question of ethnographic authority becomes a very central moot point in his predicament of culture. And the question that I was trying to sort of figure, and the question that kept occurring to me was, the biographies or the autobiographies, would they be understood as being an articulation of one, or is it an encounter where a biography becomes a kind of a site where we do not only retrieve the voice that kind of wasn't heard all this while, but also the voices that lie hidden behind the voice that we begin to get heard, begin to be heard. In other words, the question that I have on my mind is how to understand an ethnographic document. How does one understand accounting of one's ethnography when the ethnographic encounter is made possible by the presence of the self in as much as it is the presence of the other, and more importantly, when we retrieve the biographies. And I'm asking this question more in the sense in which more in the sense in which heterotopia, heterotopia becomes a very, very important moment when you understand an autobiography just not being written, shaped, and made possible by one, but it is a product of many others who lie hidden, who are hidden behind the biographer's and autobiographer's account. And it is that, in that sense, an autobiography is both an insignia of empowerment, but also it is, in a sense, kind of renders many other possible empowering voices which made that biography possible also somewhat look that they are disempowered at certain moment. And it is this kind of a empowering and a disempowering kind of a way in which ethnography builds as an encounter is probably where the question of margin and the periphery are both kind of textured in a very, very unique and a very interesting and a very, very important researchable way. And these are some of the things that it come to my mind that at one point we used to understand culture as being something of a phenomenon, and therefore we thought about a kind of a frame where universalism and relativism kind of came across as their opposites. But do we really need to consider culture, think of culture in terms of these binaries anymore, or we simply think of them as being celebrations of different moments, in which differences are testimony to the ways in which culture appears as a domain of intense negotiations, where you do not move from essential idea of a culture rather than one which has endless negotiations woven around it, and which is why sometimes ethnographers' presence also is an opportunity to sort of look at wide variety of discourses that constitute the field as an intense negotiated engagement. With those words, I suppose one could throw open this session and this panel for possible questions from the audience. I think I throw open this panel for questions from the audience, but only with a caveat and with a request that since we have time, but at the same time question and answers might just unfold in their own ways. So I would request you all to be a little pointed and specific in terms of your asking the questions.
So I would like to thank our respected speakers and also our respected chair for giving such a valuable presentation. And it was an electrifying session and it has charged all of us up. Well, I am very sure that everybody is curious to ask some of the questions. So with the permission of our respected chair, sir, can we move to the questions? May I ask the questions from the
Yes,
panel?
please. If you could introduce Muskan Bharadwaj, okay. Yeah, please ask your question.
Yes, sir. So the first question says, what standards and criteria are used to evaluate the way the culture is performed?
Do you have anybody on your mind of the three presenters, or it's general related to all the presentations?
Sir, it is a general question posted by one of the students.
Okay. Okay, so I'm the panelists are free to sort of volunteer as to who would answer, or maybe someone could answer first, and then if there could be some more point which need to be reiterated or put forth by someone else of the other two. Yeah, please. Dave, Brahma Ji and Mitaksh Shri, any one of you could.
Brahma Prakash, do you want to go first, or Mitashri? Please take the lead.
let me allow to be a little naive in the first question. I'm not taking the lead because you are performance specialists. I'm sitting across seasoned sociologists who are specialists in performance studies and theater studies. So I would rather prefer answering the second one. Take the lead, Dr. Dev. Take the lead.
No, I said I'm not the specialist. Please go ahead.
Then maybe we can have Dr. Prakash speaking, because he was talking something very interesting about performances.
I would request you, Mitashri, please, because probably there's some issue with the network at his end or something. I don't know. Maybe if you could just begin to answer, and then maybe he could join a little later, perhaps.
Yeah, I think if nobody's going first, then
please, please come.
Remarks. And yeah, so basically, some of the questions have also come, and one of the things that I think Muskan was asking about criteria and a standard, because and that is precisely that what I was challenging, because this whole notion of culture, art, aesthetics, also because many times in Greek term they use is techne. Techne can be used in both ways, as a tool, at the same time as a standard. The criteria, that what is the criteria when you are going to evaluate culture, what is the criteria on based on which you are evaluating a dance and piece of music. And if criteria itself is wrong, if criteria itself is based on some kinds of privilege, then there is a whole chance that you are going to just produce marginality. And that is what I feel when we are discussing about Indian culture and the way classical dance has been privileged, classical dance has been valorized. And for example, at least if you go to the South Indian sides, then you have some question of some kinds of emphasis on this whole idea of the land, because we are an agricultural country, and in agricultural country, if you are completely marginalizing this category of land, then the whole communities are going to be in the kinds of falling into the margin. And then at least in Tamil culture, they have this concept called Tinai. So in Tinai, when they talk, then you have some sense of landscape that is working there. But if you're coming to North Indian context, more to the Natya Shastra context, then you feel completely the erasure of the land is the first criteria. Erasure of the land becomes the erasure of the body, erasure of the land, erasure of the violence. How while a community who have been violated are going to talk about violence when you have erased that, okay, you cannot show blood on the stage, you cannot show city in the siege, you cannot talk about some kinds of blood, some kinds of violence on the stage. And if you have already set these kinds of criteria, if you already set these kinds of a standard, then it becomes quite difficult to talk about many marginalized culture. And that is what precisely I was indicating towards. I think Mansi had just added, I just would like to add one more sentence, because Mansi was asking that, they are the rich culture, if you're talking about folk songs, reaping, harvesting, constitute rich culture. Of course, I agree with you. And that is the point I was talking about, that they are the sites of the rich culture. They are the sites of the real production in that sense. But how the rich culture is not considered rich culture in that sense, if you are thinking through some kinds of using some kinds of a standard criteria to evaluate culture, or a standard criteria to evaluate this notion of art. So you see the newspaper, you read the books, and that is what this is what I'm trying to change. How do we change this whole criteria? So land becomes a criteria to judge this whole notion of aesthetics. Body becomes a criteria to judge another sorts of aesthetics. Some kinds of contradiction itself should become a criteria. For example, how you're going to judge this Barupia performance, who are immensely continuously producing their own contradiction, paradoxes. So you have Jogi, Mewati Jogi in Rajasthan, and they will say we are the last generation of Hanuman, and they are Muslim. So I think, and when you are already fixing this criteria that they are Hindu, they are Muslims, then it becomes difficult. I think better would be that they are the performing communities, and that would be my more a kinds of response to sort out these kinds of things. But thank you so much.
Following Brahma Prakash, sorry, I'm without permission of the chair, I'm coming in.
No, please go ahead. Yeah, I think you can choose the order in which you. Yeah, please.
So just to maintain the flow of this conversation in the question answer, it's a very beautiful conversation. Following Brahma Prakash, I totally understand the concern, anxiety about the further marginalization of cultural forms of expressions already existing in margin, right? We will have to share that anxiety, no doubt about that. But I guess maybe because of my personal joy in sadism or the intellectual training in social sciences, I tend to be more agnostic. Agnostic means I do not know whether God is there or God is not there. Agnostic means I do not know whether those culture in margins are really marginal or have they ever been marginal, right? That's where my, you can precisely call it a theoretical concern, right? Would it be fair on my part to start with this assumption that those Behrupias who may be disappearing, I do not know, but were they marginal? When I look into my biography and I talk to folks with whom I share my biography or whose biography intersect with my biography, for none of us it was marginal. All those characters, so-called characters in margin, were not marginal. They were playing very prominent roles. Even today, they play very prominent roles in our way of thinking, in our way of seeing. And therefore, I tend to problematize the idea of margin itself. And I try to refer to some of those things. With reference to this concern raised by some of the very good questions have emerged, Manasi's question, Arya's question about ideology, Manasi's question about how culture leads to, how culture also becomes a site of suffering. If I have understood their questions correctly, what are the criteria for judging performance? Muskan has asked. If I club them together, I understand the question is precisely about how culture can be enabling, how culture in the margin could be enabling. It could be enabling for me as an individual, but how largely do I perceive it as an enabling context? When I say it is enabling context, I am also mindful of all sorts of disabling impacts it will have, precisely because it is not a monolith, it is not a simple terrain, it has lots of contestations within, which you try to recognize through various kind of labels. Right-wing contestation, left-wing contestation. Right-wing is a problem today, but we have also suffered from the left-wing, which was a problem some time back. And who knows, even now it is a problem. So the point is, however, to see the context as it is and make sense of what it has done to us and make sense of the possibility with which one can, I mean, this is all about how can, despite the contestations in the domain of culture, we have also understood as to how it generated the possibility of what someone like Gadamer had spoken of in some other context, the possibility of fusion of horizon, effortlessly. There was no campaign, there was no state campaign to generate an idea, and yet the idea got generated. There was no PR agency working to brainwash me into believing into, say, for example, the power of ghost, Brahma Prakash, or the power of the stories which I would hear from nuns and sadhvis and sadhus here and there. Not the god men and god women who appear on television, but those very unsung kind of mendicants and beggars and the people who are wanderers roaming about. How did I get to believe in them? It's not because of any kind of campaign. It just happened. It's because the cultural common sense is very ordinary. Without any effort, it wins you over. Now, my point is that, do we ensure that even if it is in margin, do we ensure that there are multiple stakeholders of this culture in the margin? If we ensure that there are multiple stakeholders, then we are safe. The moment some of those stakeholders who can assert their difference in a very ordinary fashion, they keep asserting their difference. Unless we have them, our cultural trope, our cultural canvas will be in danger, if there is a danger. I mean, the whole idea of Professor Anand Kumar in the morning today referred to some of these common fear we hear from people around us. A lot of Hindu friends say, Hindu khatre mein hai, bhai, Hindu khatre mein hai. Muslims have said, Islam khatre mein hai, Musalman khatre mein hai. Likewise, I mean, why do we hear this thing? I'm not saying that they're justifiable paranoia. No, nobody's justifying any paranoia. But we hear this thing because the differences, we have not become accustomed to the assertion of difference, right? It may be an ugly difference, but one has to be with that ugliness of the difference. It may be beautiful difference, but one has to be with that, difference. That's what I was trying to say. I do not know ideological or not, Arya, but yes, there is this kind of contestation of stakeholders. That is very ideal condition for me. Yeah, for the time being, yeah.
Yeah, Mitashri, Mitashri wants to chip in with her what she feels.
I think she has been muted, so
No, fine. Yeah, thank you so much, Koche sir. In fact, taking the lead from Dr. Prakash and Dr. Dev, I would like to shift a little bit towards one of an amazing questions that has come up in my personal window from one of the participants. I think she asks that what's happening around is that the real show is going on in the margins and our eyes as the audiences is glued towards the center. I think she wants to ask, I'll repeat, she wants to ask that the major cultural performances and cultural life discourses are importantly happening in the margins and our eyes as audiences are glued to the center. Now, in order to answer her, allow me to first unweave the question a little bit. How do I do that? See, in my presentation, I used the deconstructivist approach of Derrida at a place where I was talking about text and context. And yesterday, while I was preparing my presentation, I came across a very beautiful line, and I would like to read out to all of you. It says, "The truth lies inside, and the text lies outside. The truth is empirical, and the outside is transcendental, but the truth can be inside only because it is outside the text." Now, taking a point of departure from here, I would like to ask the participant who has asked me this question, what does she consider to be real culture? In fact, many a times when I discuss about authenticity in cultures, or when I talk about authentic Buddhist cultures, the audience gets very nervous and it's really in jitters. And I won't say they are wrong, because in the times of globalization, what's authentic and what's not authentic is a very difficult question to understand. In fact, if I talk about my personal Buddhist universe, the nunneries, which are located in the remotest corners, indeed, these women are deeply involved into extending their cultural discourses and attempting, I won't say they're not attempting to come in the center, but they are wanting to create their own spaces as central spaces. Okay, now, but we need to understand that whenever these spaces are created as centers, it's not just the process that matters. What matters is the acknowledgement of the audiences of these cultural spaces. And probably here I situate the question of the participant, because the male-dominated monastic world is not yet ready to acknowledge these marginal centers as the new centers. Okay, now some of the nuns that I know, they are representing their individual cases. They are representing themselves in countries like Australia. When they are flying through aeroplanes and they are trying to build another kind of centers in another continent, in another country, rather than making it itself in India, a new space. Probably this should happen. But the question is whether women have the agency to do that. And it's not just about agency, it's also about the resources. I mean, you can imagine a remote corner of Ladakh is closed for almost 7 months in a year. And if we are creating even a new center there, how do we access it? Not just the monastic world, how do we as lay individuals access it? So partly, I would say, the participant is right in saying that our eyes are glued towards the center. But my humble submission would be that we need to be brave enough to create new centers in our own country and disseminate the whole idea of the new truth, resolving the debate if truth is inside or outside.
Thank you,
Does
Mr.
that
Thanks. Thank you.
thank
I suppose the questions that flag in the chat box, have they been more or less addressed by the speakers at varying levels, I suppose. But there's one question is about Indian sociology. And we find that the definition of ideology is molded definition in the context of our other definitions. What can be the best way to understand Indian ideology? So is it talking about Indian sociology, and then it's about understanding Indian, what would be the best way to understand Indian ideology? Would anyone be interested in handling Dev, being the sociologist?
I think this question can be also attempted by the chair. It's very heavy question, I must say.
Of course, but since they had considered the speakers as the center, and chair has already been somewhat a margin, so I would really, be glued to the.
Right.
So honestly, I mean, what do you make of this question? This question seems to be the only one that's probably has not been addressed sort of head on. So I was just. Is it that this question of how does one understand this question of center and margin in the very framing of Indian sociology as it unfolds, or something around that line, I suppose, is what is being asked.
Yeah. Arya, the question. Yeah, I appreciate this question. This is very profound question, Arya, and frankly speaking, if you ask me to really try to answer the question, I will demand an hour to give you I mean, this will require a full lecture of an hour at least. It would require me to revisit the trajectory of sociology in India. However, to put it very briefly, your question itself is a leading one to take note of the ideological components in the operationalization of sociology in India. Sociology as well as anthropology. Why to separate them? I mean, some people have believed that they are separable. Believing that they are separable is almost like believing that a wife and husband was never married, which is very unfair. I mean, they can divorce, which is fine, which is very good to divorce if they are not sitting well. But then they were married, and one has to recognize that marriage. Anyway, so the point, the story of sociology and anthropology is almost same as other branches of social sciences, in which ideological components played very important role, and rightly so. I mean, it was in an historical encounter. Sociology, anthropology, as well as other social science disciplines, they did not happen in historical vacuum. They were in historical encounter. They had to respond to certain kind of challenges which emerged in historical context. And therefore, the first generation of social scientists were not at all shy about showing or weighing ideological component. I mean, they were open to discuss ideology, right? They were justifying one ideology over other. I mean, go to A.K. Sharan, Radha Kamal Mukherjee, D.P. Mukherjee, some of my favorite first generation scholars, even G.S. Ghurye, who can be, I mean, many of them can be today very easily, very summarily dismissed as a nationalist or ideological, etc. But I believe it was the requirement of the time, and I believe that even today, the concern about Eurocentrism is not over. The concern of Eurocentrism is still alive, and it has become more complicated. Why? Because some of the brown-skinned global South Asian scholars have joined the bandwagon of Eurocentrism. It doesn't mean that Eurocentrism is dead. It means that Eurocentrism has acquired a new lease of life, because some of the global South Asian scholars have joined them, and they are now teaching the trick of how to evade the question of Eurocentrism. Which means ideological component is still alive, even though some of us believe that, you know what, this whole business of decolonizing makes no sense, etc., etc. No, decolonizing is an important question. However, one has to figure out reinvent ways of addressing this question. So, Arya, you're very right. Ideology is an integral component in sociology to view culture. And that is why Brahma Prakash's interjection is very important, which will highlight the relation of class and culture. This has happened from time immemorial in modern India. Tagore's essay is one example. But on the other hand, we also find that there are antitheses attached to those examples. Like Tagore himself, while conceptualizing religion, he was more guided by Bowles than by any kind of Sanskrit tradition, right? Tagore's association with Bowles in understanding the religion of the man. Oh, such a beautiful essay. But on the other hand, there was this, very Brahmo Samaj type of formulation about what is culture and what is non-culture. That is also true. So ideology cannot be wished away in the formulation of culture in social sciences in general. And in that regard, one has to be mindful. Even though I take a particular perspective which is guided by ideological orientation, I have to be mindful and I have to acknowledge that, yes, this is guided by a particular kind of ideological component. After all, I know with Karl Mannheim, one of the sociologists, that ideology is only half representation of truth. It's not absolute truth. It's never an absolute truth. And for a society with ideology, it's much necessary and ideal to have utopian imaginations. Otherwise, it will be a dead poet society if it is only ideological, right? So while I recognize the idea of the presence of ideology and conceptualization of culture in sociology, I also try to explore as to what are the competing utopias which are being employed by those sociologists. And there were competing utopias. So this is very short version of an hour-long lecture that your question
absolutely. Just to add to Arya's concern, just to add to what Dave has already emphasized on, and very, very succinctly he has done that. I was listening to him. I was reminded of the early debates in what came to be recognized as what is Indian sociology. That early debates in the sociological bulletin about what comes across as Indian sociology, where you find the debate, which is often informed by the question of what remains outside of the empire as sociology, and something which eventually develops as a very, very strong center, a very central concern in the entire sociological journey, anthropological journey in with reference to India. So if you look at these early debates in the contributions to Indian sociology, the two very important anthropologists who instituted this journal and this entire debate, you'd find both the invocation of the center and the periphery both happening at the same time, and in a very, very significant way, insofar as what remains outside of the empire as sociology, and at the same time, in the very articulation of what remains outside of the empire as sociology, is also, in certain senses, is to try and retrieve what remains central to sociological concern, sociological enterprise. I think it's been a very wonderful, insightful session that we have. That my sincere thanks to Dr. Dev Pathak, Dr.
I have a question.
Brahma Prakash and Dr. Mitashri Srivastava. And I learned and unlearned both at the same time. And I'm thankful to all three for raising, flagging some of the important issues at stake.
Amitesh, Anubha has a question before you wrap up.
Oh, for me. Okay. Anubha, please.
Sorry for the interruption, sir.
No, please go ahead. I didn't realize that you had a question. Sorry.
Yeah, fairy tale is still not over. It's not 12 o'clock yet. So thank you for a very rich, complex, and fascinating presentation. I'm extremely grateful for all the presentations here. But my questions are to specifically Professor Pathak and Professor Brahma Prakash. So Professor Pathak, your talk made me think about Stuart Hall, a sociologist or cultural anthropologist who wrote a lot about mass and popular culture. And so one of the things that he talks about in several of his writings is that people are both consumers and producers of culture. And also the fact that cultural communication is never transparent, or cultural actors are not passive. Somehow it seems to me that one of the narratives, central narratives of your presentation was about Behrupia's being somehow marginalized increasingly in 20th and 21st century. And it seems to me that this is also a way of rendering them passive as producers of culture. And so my question to you is, how has the subalternization of Behrupias also somehow interfered or presented them in this sort of like cultural, in a like culturally passive way, as not producers and consumers of culture? I do think that you address that, you allude to it in your Q&A, in your answers. So that's the first question to Professor Pathak, to elaborate on how Behrupias are also producers of culture, and that they're not just these passive subaltern agents, subaltern characters in a larger narrative of cultural the cultural unfolding. And the second question is to Dr. Brahma Prakash. And this is actually a side note of a question, because you talked about cinema and theater, comparison between cinema and theater towards a conclusion. And so my question to you is that somehow it seemed to me that you were saying that theatrical experience, some kinds of theatrical experiences were provoking or triggering a certain kind of immersive experience for the audience. Cinema did not do that. Yet we see cinema to be succeeding over and over again in a way that theater does not, right? In popular culture, if we look at popular culture, cinema becomes the epitome of a cultural artifact that theater does not. I mean, going back to the definition of cultural artifact, and yet it does that by rendering audience passive. So I'm wondering whether in both of your answers, Professor Pathak and Professor Prakash, the question of human agency and what does human agency stand for in cultural studies in thinking about culture? Because there's this also a broader question of how do we interpret environment and nature, which has been classically interpreted in contrast with culture, right? So when we think of environmental change today, we are still thinking in anthropocenic models, right? Human agency as an actor for changing what's going on in environment. So thinking about the role and the place of agency, I think is very critical, crucial in both of your talks. So Dr. Prakash, if you could elaborate some more on what makes cultural artifacts, especially in its relationship with placing human agency, what makes a cultural artifact successful to posterity, and why do certain communities dispose of certain other cultural artifacts? Thank you.
I'm going ahead. I'll go ahead. Yeah, thank you, Anubha. Wonderful set of questions. It allows me to get into some of the details. I didn't share much of the details of my case of Behrupia. I just presented it as briefly as possible. Two things very quickly so that we could go to Brahma Prakash very soon, or three things rather. Recently, I asked a couple of epitomes, towers of subaltern studies project historians, namely Partha Chatterjee and Dipesh Chakraborty. And I asked precisely this question, that it looks like the relevance of project which they had started, in fact started by Professor Ranajit Guha, is far more today than it was then. Far more today because subalternity is endangered seemingly today. This is a concern for everybody, that everything that is considered subaltern is endangered. There is shrinking space for the subaltern to have their smooth ontological flow. I mean, they're switching from, like Behrupias, all the young Behrupias told me that they're going to be the last generation, because Their fathers did not allow them to go through modern education. They thought that we will inherit the tradition of Behrupiya performance, and we did so. But we are sending our children to modern schools for modern education. We want them to become at least peon in any of the office, rather than take up the job of a Behrupiya performer. So you see, that is the trajectory where we have reached, and therefore one can be concerned about the existence, the perpetuity, the sustenance of subalternity itself. As far as cultural performances are concerned, the sustenance of subalternity is getting very difficult. And therefore the possibility of rejuvenating a project which was started by Ranajit Guha, in spite of the criticism of that project we are aware of, in spite of the limitations that we saw in that project, we cannot deny that it was a very fruitful project which gave us a very good framework to turn towards some of those things which are part of micro histories rather than the national grand history. So that is one thing, which means there is importance for us, the academics, or those who are seeking to build up intellectually sound and nuanced stories about some of these communities, about some of these cultural communities. It is upon us to maintain that sensibility and continue with our job of exploring the details of the of these groups. Number one. Number two, probably this is also a time. This goes here. I go back to what I have already said. This is also a time for us to rethink the categories through which we have been thinking about these communities. Labels like why should we call a particular kind of cultural common sense as specific to Nehruvian India? Why not we claim that it was not specific to Nehruvian India, it is specific to the ordinary everyday life, be it reigned by Nehruvian India or some other India, we do not know. Lynch mobs India or Nehruvian India. The cultural logic, we will recognize that this is the cultural logic which belongs to everyday life. So therefore my discomfort with the categories. I totally agree with the reading and revisiting of Stuart Hall's. That gives us sensibility to make sense of the categories with which things operate. But then we are also liberated as scholars to go beyond those categories. Anyway, this is again becoming very rhetorical. So let me put it this way: if I try to detect agency in Behrupiyas today, one expression of agency is in this radical form. They have decided that now we will send our kids to school. We do not want them to become a wandering performer like us. It's very bad. We will change their name for all practical reasons. Now the names are invariably Muslim names. There is no parent, no Behrupiya parent willing to give a Hindu name to any of their children. Now they're expecting their children to become any of the salaried individual person. So that is also an expression of agency. But if you ask me for the expression of agency in their performances, that too can be located. How? Most of the time when we think of a performance, we think of a script already given to the artist. Now these Behrupiyas do not have a ready-made script. So when I interviewed these Behrupiyas, they said that they watch the audience, they gauge their mood, they try to understand their value orientation, and accordingly they come up with the lines that they have to deliver in front of the audience, right? Only thing that they retain is the character. The character could be a Shiva, so the character has to speak those lines as Shiva. But then the lines will be determined by looking at the audience. It's a very interactive performance. Much before the model of interactive performance happened in modern theater, Brahma Prakash. So some of these elementary performances had this interactive framework in the backdrop. I'm not romanticizing the indigeneity or something, but just the importance of this interactive performance. Any interactive performance will be possible if agency of the performer is involved. Even in modern theater, I still feel that I'm by mistake in academics. I should have been in theater. But every time I used to do theater, my best moment was when I was in the wings, in the dark, waiting for my cue to jump on the stage. And in that moment of darkness, in that liminal moment, I knew that no director can control me, no script can control me. I have performed all sorts of mischievous characters, going beyond everything my director had asked me to do, going beyond everything my script has expected me to do. So which means that, these performances do have strong possibilities of agency to be detected. I suppose if I go on and on, I will take longer time, but this is my very modest way of engaging with your question, Anubha. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Brahma Prakash ji could come in with his response to Anubha's question.
Yeah, so again, the questions are many, and I don't think like people must be feeling very, very hungry now, because we are giving just food for thought and not the real food, and then I think it's going to be difficult. Yeah, and that is my like a precise point for like Dave, because we always like to come for one forum, and we also have a lot of contestations. So I think one contestation that I would like to take and briefly like to point out is that like marginal for me is very, very real. I take marginal as very real concrete category. So of course you have a theoretical debate around marginality. So that is one point. But marginality discourse can really lynch people in the street that we are witnessing. So once you have named the category nomad or nomadic category, once the categories are getting marginalized in your discourses, there is a chance that how colonial discourses have completely ignored this group who have been a kinds of wanderer communities for years. And once you have created this kinds of discourse, then the real impact is not going to be unforeseen for that matter. So for me, the way I see marginal for me is very real, and I quite agree with Mita, the way Mita tried to bring this whole complexities around the margin centers. So despite of agreeing with all these kinds of complexities that arrives with margin and center kinds of discourse, I also feel that how discourses creates a very real kinds of categories who can be really marginalized, who can really see the violence, how performing communities are witnessing these kinds of violence. So then that becomes a kind of site where like I'm talking from. Other point that like come from Anubha is like again interesting point is about like thinking about ecological debates, thinking about more kinds of like environmental kinds of discourse, how we are going to place this question of agency. And I think if you're thinking about more traditional kinds of performances, more like I will say yeah, quote unquote traditional kinds of performances, then I don't think it is agency remains in individual. Agency remains somewhere hanging on the tree. That is the way I would like to put. So, for example, for like, and that is the debate that came around Gujarat riot. One of the regions that like the first time you have participation of Adivasi community in Gujarat riot. And G.N. Devi was writing that what was the region that like Adivasi participated in that riot. And he's giving a very interesting example. He's saying that how there was a whole rumor that was created that how tamarind tree was attacked. It is not nobody has attacked Adivasi. It was tamarind tree that was attacked because that was a sign of symbol of sacredness. It was a sign of sacredness. And that is supposed to possess the agency for that communities. And once you are attacking that agency, community can go on boil. And for that matter, when I was thinking about more traditional communities, then I always think that the agency lies somewhere else, in signs, in symbols, in sindurs, in your door, in like temple. And if you go to like a South Indian temple for that matter, then in huge South Indian temples, you will find a series of deities are locked. They are under lockup. And then I was trying to figure out who are these deities. So of course, some of the deities are very much appropriated. Some of the deities have interesting history of the local communities. And once you are appropriating, locking that deities in temple, then you are not just locking the deity, you are locking the agency of the whole community. And that is the way I would like to see. And therefore, coming back to the ecological kinds of concerns, and that is the debate that comes more in the contemporary animism debate now, where you have like a question of personality, where your community, they see like a stone as a personality. They see river as a personality. They see tree as a personality. And once you have a tree as a personality or region as a personality, then your exchange with the tree is going to be very different. We see tree as a kind of non-entity. And once you are taking tree as your grandfather or my mother or my sister, then I am going to have a very different kinds of dialogue with tree, with the plant. So for example, in Kon tribe in Odisha, what has happened? They used to believe that they have come to the earth to save a mountain. That was the purpose of coming to the earth. And so, and then you are like Vedanta was displacing that mountain. And then they said that first you kill us. What is the point of there is no point, we don't find any meaning of our life. We don't have any meaning in life because once you are going to cut that mountain, then what is the purpose of my life? Because they really see these mountain hills as a real figures. And when you are seeing them as a real figures, then we are going to have a very different kinds of dialogue, very different kinds of exchange and things like that. So yeah, I would like to summarize it there. coming back to your question about theater and cinema, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Brahma Prakash, but we have to begin with the next session at 3 o'clock. So we would like to wind up. We had to break for lunch. So thank you so much for such an enriching and insightful lecture session by all of you, Professor Mukhopadhyay, Dr. Dev, Dr. Brahma Prakash, and Dr. Mitashri. And Dr. Amitesh Mukhopadhyay, you were always in the center. You were never marginalized. And
that was just by way of referring to me as being someone who was obviously here, but at the same time, the very important things that the three speakers have to share with, and it's been such a long and kind of an unlearning and learning experience for me, which is why I chose to call myself a margin as well, because it is in relation to the weight of arguments and counter arguments which I stand to learn and unlearn so much that I thought that of myself as being at the same time, and it's in line with the spirit that there is no fixed margin. The margin immediately articulates its center, and the center its margin together.
Right, sir. Right,
So
sir. I wish we could have.
It's been a pleasure with you all, and I really thankful to you, Dr. Shefali, and to your principal of the college for your wonderful invite and a very warm participation, and this session for its being instrumental in triggering many important vistas.
Thank you so much, sir. I wish we could have got some more time to listen to you as well. The question answer session went a little longer.
I spoke a little about what emerges as some of the moot points, to my opinion, and in as much as I could gather the three presenters while presenting, some of the things I could flag. But of course, the questions from the audience were of very crucial importance.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Dev. Thank you, Dr. Mitashri, Dr. Brahma Prakash. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to everybody at Rajdhani College. Thank you all.
Thank you
Wonderful.
all. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to present a heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed personalities for such an enlightening and an intellectual session. I am sure that the audience must have enjoyed themselves and also gained knowledge at the same time. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you so much. And I take all of leave of all of you, and hope to be with you once again sometime sooner, and maybe look forward to some more invigorating sessions that this college has has organized, and probably will do so in near future as well.
Sure,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Sure, sir.
Thank you so much.
It would be a pleasure.
It would be a pleasure, certainly. Thank you so much. Okay, bye.
Thank you, sir.
So, Muskan, we break for lunch for 15 minutes. We join back at 3:15, I think, or 3:10. Let's join back at 3:10.
Okay, now we're breaking for lunch, and we'll join back and resume the next session
10
at
past 3.
3:10.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Also, people, please don't leave the meeting. You can just turn off your audios and videos, and just go have your lunch and just come back.
Yeah. So it was Shefali. Thank you so much. Thank you, Aarti. And thank you all the students. The sessions went off very well. And have your lunch quickly. And we should continue to have the audience for the next session also. Please ask the class students to join back in 10 minutes. Okay, for the next session. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Arya, are you prepared for the next session?
Yes, ma'am, I am prepared. And please, you also go and have lunch.
Yes, yes. You also quickly have your lunch. Muskan, you were wonderful. You were very good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Mansi, please rotate those slides.
Akshita, just give a duty. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That there should be something displayed all the time. So, Mansi, please take care that the screen is not blank, and play a background music also.
Welcome back, everyone. Our second session and culture have become to the forefront of debates on development. It is natural to think that the habits of heart embodied in one's own institutions are worth emulating by others, particularly if they have been conjoined by the material success sought by others. Hence, the relation between democracy and culture is a long lasting subject of interest in political sciences. For this session of Culture and Democracy, we have Professor Salil Mishra, who will be chairing the session. Professor Salil Mishra is a professor of history at the School of Liberal Studies and the Pro Vice Chancellor at the Ambedkar University, Delhi. He taught history at Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi from 1984 till 1987. He did his PhD on communal politics in UP under the supervision of Professor Bipan Chandra. His area on his area of expertise in modern Indian history with a special focus on Indian national movement, communal politics, partition of the subcontinent, politics of language, Hindi and Urdu, nationalism, identity politics, and social science teaching. His publications include a monograph on A Narrative of Communal Politics, Uttar Pradesh, 1937 to 39, and a small booklet in Hindi on Swaraj Party brought out by National Book Trust. He has also published articles on themes related to communal politics, language questions, Hindi and Urdu, the partition of India, social science teaching, and identity politics. He was involved in the collection of documents for the research project Towards Freedom for the year 1942, sponsored by Indian Council on Historical Research, ICHR. A very heartfelt welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Would you like to now announce the names of the speakers for this session?
Yes, sir. I was waiting for your permission.
Oh, please carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The first speaker of this session is Professor Amir Das, who is an associate professor at the Department of Sociology, Tejpur University. He did his PhD from the Department of Sociology, Tejpur University. He has been teaching courses of Sociology of Development, Sociology of Governance, Economic Sociology, and Industrial Sociology. His areas of interest include Sociology of Development, Sociology of Governance, Research Methodology, Sociology of Health and Illness, Sociology of Religion. His very recent publications include Violence and the Quest for Justice in South Asia 2020, Sociology of Development, Center for Open and Distance Learning, Tejpur University, and Governance and Child Rights, Postgraduate Diploma in Child Rights and Governance, CID, Tejpur University, and UNICEF, Assam. We welcome you, sir. The second speaker for this session is Dr. Santosh Kumar Singh, who is a distinguished sociologist based at Chandigarh with research interests in religions of Punjab, especially the phenomenon of Dera. He did his master's, MPhil, and PhD in sociology from JNU. In his teaching career spanning more than 2 decades across 3 states, namely Uttarakhand, Punjab, and Delhi, Dr. Singh taught courses on social theories, rural transformation, and change and religion, among others. Formerly with Ambedkar University, Delhi, where he joined as one of the founding members of sociology program and served it for almost a decade in various capacity, including as the Dean, Student Services, before he shifted to Chandigarh, Punjab, his research area recently. Over the last decade or so, Dr. Singh has researched and published on the phenomenon of Dera in Punjab in prestigious journals like EPW and book chapters. His book on Village India is in press and due for release by May 2021. He is also under contract with an international publisher for a monograph on his work in Punjab's regional landscape. We are very grateful to have you with us, sir. The third speaker for the session is Ms. Nupur Chaudhary, who is an independent researcher working on the paradigms of living traditions and intangible heritage of Mithila, Bihar. Previously worked as an assistant professor in the School of Historical Studies at K.R. Mangalam University and was also enrolled the project Namami Gange, New Delhi. Before that, she has worked with Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts on the project Nari Vada Prakalpaho, Gaya, both as an intern, as a distant researcher. Currently, she is located at Jharkhand and pursuing her field research on the adjoining cultural themes of visual practices in Bihar, Jharkhand cultural themes. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today. Professor Salil, sir, I request you to please begin with the session.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I guess, sorry, the best way to begin is to not cut into the time which is reserved for our speakers. I'm very happy to see Santosh, dear old friend. Let's begin. I do not know what is the time that's going to be allotted to each speaker, but I'm looking forward to listening to them. So maybe if I suspect this is the order in which they are going to speak. Amiya Das first, then Santosh, and then Nupur, or whichever order. I mean, I request the organizers to tell our speakers how the length of time they should take, and whether I've got the order right. And I guess then let's begin straight away.
Good afternoon, sir. A very warm welcome to you and all the speakers in this session. And the allotted time for every speaker is 30 minutes, along with the question answer session. Thank you.
Does that mean that they take less than 30 minutes? If 30 minutes is inclusive of questions and answers, then
yes,
would
sir.
you say, so let's say about around 20-ish, 20 to 25 minutes?
25 minutes.
Okay. And is this correct order? Amiya and then Santosh and then Nupur?
Yes.
Okay, so can I straight away request Dr. Amiya Das to make his presentation, followed by Santosh and then Nupur? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my views on the culture and democracy. So to be very frank, means it's I'm not only working on this area, I'm practicing like a kind of practitioner, as you know, that we have been drafted for this upcoming election, like assembly election in this state of Assam. And I was there in the field for last 7 or 8 days. And yesterday only I got to know that this seminar is scheduled at 3 o'clock and I have to present. But fortunately, I finished my duty in the first half and now I'm present for this too. So without dealing much with this theory or some kind of concepts like related to say culture or democracy, as we know, we have been dealing with it. And the first half also, I'm sure that the whole idea of culture through the keynote speech and the panel, it must have been people must have discussed the whole idea of culture. So now what I would like to say that how I have seen the practice of democracy. And when we say democracy in India, in a country like India, invariably most of us will link to the process of election. That election, that if a democratic election, that if it is functional and that regular interval, if elections are happening or it is being conducted, then we say that through the democratic election process, that we say that, oh, this is in true sense, it is like a democratic country, or in the governance system is democratic. So I would like to link it to the process of election and also to the culture. So when we say culture, culture is a very big, and it means different thing to different people. Even if for different academician, like if you go to the various kind of textbooks in anthropology, in sociology or cultural studies, history, that the researcher and like the writers, they have explained it and they have conceptualized it according to their own practice, perception, and position. But when we talk about the kind of democracy that we like say face in the context of India, and especially when in the context of Assam, that Assam is, as we know, Assam is located in this northeastern part of the country, and apart from Assam, the other northeastern states, they have few populations. So accordingly, they have been like assigned the number of say constituency or seats that is comparatively less than in comparison to the other parts of India. But if you look at Assam, the whole composition in terms of population, these are, you can see the diversity in terms of ethnicity, in terms of the composition of like a language, religion, then caste, and also people's like that their approach to the whole idea of democracy. So when we say culture, do we mean that the in traditional sense what we define that culture, or we mean, or would like to conceptualize it in terms of political culture? And if we look at Partha Chatterjee's work on this, the politics of the governed, like that, how he conceptualizes the whole idea of political society, vis-a-vis Okio Tanabe's work in the context of Odisha, that moral society, that how in a place or country like India, though we are like, that's like a democracy is considered as a kind of modern form of governance, but whether in true sense that what we read in the textbook or what we like hear or what we means what is and how it is defined and explained by the Western countries or Western scholar, have we achieved that, or we can define it or we can understand it in our own terms in the context of India, that this democracy that India understands, or the people in India, we understand democracy, and it doesn't have to have a kind of defined, or we do not have to measure it in terms of the Western lens or the idea of how they define this governance or democracy as modern. So again, coming back to the bureaucracy, that we all know that how this one of the forerunners of the sociology, Max Weber, he defines like bureaucracy, that bureaucracy is one of the markers of the modern form of governance. So if we look at the culture, that bureaucratic culture that we have seen from various work like Akhil Gupta's work and other work that those who have worked in the field of bureaucracy and governance, that how certain kind of formal and informal institutions as well as the formal and informal behavior and culture, they merge together and create a very kind of complex situation. Thereby, we can see it is almost impossible for us to comprehend that what is happening in the field if you take the theoretical baggage or if you take the Western framework and try to understand it in the context of India. So as many Indian scholars, they have warned us that it is not possible, and also it is not desirable to measure or to understand the Indian form of governance or the democracy, means how and what we have been given by the Western scholars or Western countries. So coming back to the whole idea of, if I take the example of election, if we see, we can understand it in two terms. One is like the election campaign. So in the election campaign, we know one party is there, means there are many parties, like, and one among them is AIUDF, that All India Democratic Union Federation. Like AIUDF means that they try to project their leader as a kind of big, demigod kind of thing, who has like immense power, and he is also a kind of preacher, and he can heal people, he can like create a kind of magical say thing through which people can be healed, people's distress, people say those who are like suffering from poverty, their suffering can be like say healed or elevated from the difficult conditions, so on and so forth. Similarly, we have seen that certain political leaders, they have this charismatic power, and this charismatic power is also not very say eternal or long lasting. They gain power, like if you look at the case of Lalu Yadav, it comes and goes in the phases, like he gains some kind of popularity, again it goes off, again it comes, like there's a kind of rhythmic cycle. And it is also linked to other, so many other factors, social and political factors. So how to define this culture and democracy? So whether, that's what we need to understand, and we need to raise questions that when we talk of culture, whether we are talking about political culture or culture in a general sense. So if we look at that, when people or the people are located in say marginal places, and in the when the vernacular society, when there are elections, that poor people always try to gain certain kind of visibility. So during this time of election, those people generally, those who are like say invisible people, that I call it invisible because they are afraid or they are shy to come out from their say comfort zone, because there are lot of questions, like in terms of their say citizenship, say in the question of the validity of citizenship or legality of citizenship, or if you need to get something, that you have to have certain kind of connectivity, that we know that though the bureaucracy is formal and modern, but certain other informal things are also related to it, to get access to say a person, if one is having certain kind of entitlement. To get your entitlement, you have to have both these formal and informal arrangements. So in a place like India, in this context, what I am trying to say is that the scenario is very complex. So to unearth this multi-layered and the complex scenario or the social processes, that how to understand that it is not enough only to look at from these formal institutions or formal democratic governance, that there are other informalities also related to these formal institutions. So what happens, like during the time of elections, the bureaucrats, they get immense power. Even they can, like say, because it's like election emergency, like they can ask any government servant to report to them. They have to work according to the say responsibilities defined as per the norms or the election process. So the taking cue from the first panel discussion in the first half, like pre-launch session, if you try to look at that, how performativity it is incorporated into the whole election process. Election is not only a kind of democratic process, it is also a kind of performance oriented process. It is a kind of performance, and for the state to uh, project itself is a kind of say in a different context, like researchers or the writers have pointed it as a kind of ritualistic state, magical state. Similarly, a state has to enact every election, or say in a generally in a 5 years time we have 3 elections, like panchayat election, like say assembly election and parliamentary election. So each election state has to enact a kind of ritual to show or demonstrate itself, or you can call it as a kind of renewal of a state as a kind of symbol through this process of election. So state is also practicing a kind of culture, performative culture. Similarly, the people, those who are part of this process of election, they also perceive this whole process of election differently. So when we say culture and democracy, the culture or the practice, how they practice and how they participate in the election, that depends on their particular social political, economic, or any kind of position which is related to their particular social category. So in a sense, that what I would like to mention here is that though bureaucracy is part of formal institution and the modern democratic system, it is practiced differently in the vernacular space or the vernacular society. Here, people, they may approach to the say district authority or deputy commissioner, district collector, but at the same time, they have their own mechanisms that how to address the problem that these people or those who are part of the society. Because as we know, there are many welfare mechanisms that is given by the government and that comes through the district authority, and in the grassroots level governance institution is the Gram Panchayat. So through that, but when it comes to the Gram Panchayat, people they feel that here people they feel that it is they are more close to the Gram Panchayat office than the state or the capital or the of the country or the capital of the state. As they say, they on the everyday basis or a regular basis they interact with the ward member or the panchayat president, whereas they hardly get to see or means meet the MLA or the MP of that particular constituency. So they feel that this ward member or the panchayat Gram Panchayat president part of their community, and anytime they can have access to him or her, so that it creates a kind of bonding, like say a fictive kinship or any kind of social or emotional bonding, which is not possible, generally not possible with the MLA or MP. So here in this democracy or the culture, when we call it the place like Assam or any place in India where we have Gram Panchayat or the local governance system, the practice or the everyday life or the political culture, it is one could see, if you wish to see or observe anything substantial, it is always important for us to approach the lowest rung of this governance institution or governance, say, like the Gram Panchayat, so that it will help us in conceptualizing or understanding that what is the culture and how democracy is being practiced at the lowest level of the governance system. So in a way that generally what is there in the practice and means what is there in the theory or what is there in the, like say, legal book and how it is practiced in the grassroots level, these are different. And once again, I would like to mention is that in the grassroots level, it is operated in a different level and it is conditioned through various kind of say links and categories, and like both formal and informal practices are very essential. And I must say one thing is that in a country like India, in a diverse country like India, we need to focus, or as a kind of social anthropologist or sociologist, we need to focus more on the informal practices or informal way, focus more on informal ways and informal practices than the formal ways or formal institutions. Then only we can get a clear picture, and at least, if not the full, partially we'll be able to understand how culture affects the governance or culture affects democracy. So I would like to stop here, and during the discussion, I may take questions or queries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Das. Varsha, are you going to allow oral questions, or do you want them to write their questions in the question box? How should we go about it? Please unmute yourself, Varsha. We can't hear you. Yeah.
Sorry, sir. So we can go both ways. We can have the questions orally as well as the questions in the chat box as well. Whatever you go for.
No. Either I'll leave it to you. You can organize the question answer the process.
Okay, sir. Okay. So can we have the questions towards the end? Once.
Okay, very well. If that is the case, then I will request Santosh to. Can I then? Okay. So all those who have questions, just hold on to your questions. Towards the end, we will have a question answer session. So let me straight away go to Dr. Santosh Singh. I suspect he'll be speaking about Punjab. So from Assam, let's move to Punjab. Santosh.
Thank you, Salil. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, my dear co-panelists. Thank you very much, Barsaji and Rajdhani College for organizing this very, very important discussion. And I thought it's a very provocative title, basically. Even though it looks very innocuous at the prima facie, it looks very non-problematic, but yet it is very provocative in a time like this when we are discussing the connection between culture and democracy. And I'll treat it at two levels. At one level, it will be more of a conceptual rumination and conceptual sort of concerns about and the connection that the democracy has with cultures, and the idea of nation state, and in that sense. And then I will take you to some kind of more sort of, as Salil rightly said, that from Assam to Punjab. But the questions are the same, Salil. The questions are same because democracy doesn't change. Democracy democracy means what? And therefore, in that sense, even though we change landscape and we travel to any parts of India, the point is that the questions remain the same. The central question is, and therefore, reason why I wanted to thank the organizers, because this is thank you for bringing it, centering it, this idea of culture back. It's never that culture was ignored or anything. I think, but largely we know that it was considered the domain of the anthropologists. They are the ones who are supposed to handle the culture part, because culture existed somewhere else. Culture existed among the tribal societies, as my friend Amia was talking about, the vernacular, at some distance. That, and the cultures were their domains. So, and we know the literature around colonialism, anthropology, and their fixation with other cultures, so to say. So culture in that sense were sidestepped. Even in democracy like us, for example, which is about 70, 80 years of democracy, and the discussion continues even today. And we know that at the moment we are discussing how substantive is India's democracy. How does democracy become substantive? In what ways? And therefore, the sidelining, that sidestepping of culture that happened, and I would like to believe that much of our investment happened in the realm of economism of politics. Because politics which sort of revolved around GDP and stuff like that, more developmentalist understanding about enriching democracy. Democracy deepens through better economic condition, which is nobody is denied that. Of course, that's very, very central, very, very important. However, culture is equally important and perhaps more important. All over the world today, the major concern is, along with, of course, the corona brought the economy on its knee. But the point is that every society everywhere else is trying to understand how do you deal with this cultural diversity? How do you deal with the idea of culture in its plural sense? And that is where I would like to pitch my sort of discussion here, that culture always mattered. Culture matters now. Culture matters now more because given the fact that we sidestepped culture or maybe treated it little as a softer subject or something which when we are done with economy, let's also discuss culture a bit. It has come back to haunt us, because I think culture is something which is now the central question for us. And I don't want to go into the anthropological definition of culture, etc. But we understand what it means. I would like to, it always provoked me
and I feel very uncomfortable whenever I see the word culture in singular sense. Cultures do excite me, and I think it's important as long as democracy of India also gets excited by looking at culture in this plural sense. So / diversity, for example. But as we know that nation state, idea of nation state, democracy, etc., had a particular fixation, and it also flows from the modernization model that we have had, which had a sort of fixation with certain kind of uniformity. To have a nation state, you need one kind of template to kind of sustain yourself in the sense, linguistic, religious, whatever. But especially the great thing about our history has been that we created a template of diversity, cultural diversity, and we thought that this is the one way to deepen the democracy of ours. And that's very, very central, because that's very, very important for us. Because if you look at it in a triangular sense, the nation state, the idea of democracy and cultural diversity, I think it will be important for us to kind of revisit some of those anxieties. For example, we started off very well, and in the idea of culture in a plural sense, the diversity question, for instance, and since I work in the area of religion, etc., which I would consider is part of the culture, I would like to believe that the questions on secularism, for example, idea of secularism, or idea of cultural diversity, cultural pluralism, etc., are very, very central to our democracy at the moment. The questions around them. Whose culture, for instance, are we talking about? Do we believe that there will be one culture? Of course, the modernist understanding is very fascinated by idea of homogenized sense of culture. But it is this pluralism which has become problematic all over the world, not just in India, but everywhere else. People are trying to understand how do you deal with this kind of certain questions around the idea of autonomy, identity, differences and diversity, etc. So in a time like this, when we are currently discussing the level of democracy in India, there was some debate going on. To my mind, and my proposal is that the level of democracy depends on or directly proportional to the level of diversity that you recognize. It goes together. If you do not recognize this, then I think there is a problem with the manner in which you're trying to imagine your democracy. Democracy becomes only a very, what you call it, tokenist democracy if it does not recognize this diversity. And that's very, very central to me, to the sociologists and anthropologists who have been a field worker, for example. So therefore there is a problem in the manner in which culture is imagined by the political elites. And that's important for us to kind of constantly keep going to and keep reminding ourselves that it is the pluralism of culture that is the central, that will hold us together. Because as a society we are, and that is why as I was discussing about the idea of secularism, cultural diversity, cultural pluralism, etc. Initially, as we all know, that they were pretty Eurocentric in the sense they were in religion. I do see a lot of discussion around how there were sort of questions about how it was very Christian-centric or US-centric or Eurocentric template of understanding religion, for example, in India, that dictated our theorizing, for example. But I would just, as I read more and I realize that there is a questions which were, of course, raised by Appadurai and Dipesh Chakravarti and Kalal Asad and all of these question this idea of one set of template being used to theorize our world, for example, theorize our democracy, theorize our nation state, theorize our sense of culture. And that sort of, and I was very happy, I was reading this book called Religion on the Edge, and a large number of people were talking about how this one set of template will not work. I think even religion has to be, or religion diversity, question of secularism also has to be compulsorily placed in its ecosystem in which we are which culture that we are talking about. In a South Asian setup, when you talk about religion and secularism or diversity, if you follow one set of templates which were passed on to you, I think chances are that probably will make mistakes. We made mistakes. And that is why it is my understanding is that as I now frequently visit many parts of Punjab, and I have done in the last 10 years. So the substantive thing that I would like to say, for example. So when I say whose culture, this is the central question, not at a theoretical level, but also on the ground, the more substantive question, for example. Sort of, and I always feel that this is not a question which should make anybody nervous. You know, the idea if somebody say that I want to feel very proud of one culture, for example, Ravidasiyas in Punjab, for many reasons felt that they were sidelined. Their cultural symbols were sidelined. They were, and through that, their histories were sidelined, for example. Many of the audience, I'm sure, sitting in Delhi, for example, all of us are familiar with Sisganj Gurdwara. We have heard in the meta history, we have heard about Guru Tegh Bahadur, and how he was beheaded by the Aurangzeb. You know, this story, this much we know, right? But there is other story which gets muted and gets silenced. For example, the person who actually took away the head of Guru, who was lying beheaded, and took the head to Guru Gobind Singh in Punjab, the son of Guru Tegh Bahadur, the 10th Guru of Sikhs. The person was Bhai Jeta Singh, and he was a Dalit. The question is that we don't hear about Bhai Jeta Singh. That's the problem. A democracy which silences certain kind of histories, a certain kind of cultural system or cultural symbols and heroes, poetry, music, religion, belief system, practices, and create a kind of erasure, then that is not going to deepen our democracy. Our democracy will be deepened when we are open and magnanimous about, or be reaching out to bringing about as many stories as possible. There should be a closure about that. So I gave an example because that's very central, because this question is asked by the Ravidasiyas. When I travel with them, they will say, for example, why is it that our symbols are not talked about? I have done a little bit of research on music and music is part of culture in Punjab, as you know. And if you look at the kind of music, I have written about it on mission singing, you know, and how mission singing gives voice to those erased history and that silenced history, for example. But not just that. What is more interesting is that music that there are Gini Mahi has been very popular, and she has been singing. She is a very popular star and a Ravidasiyas singer, and she sings songs talking about the Guru Ravidas, of course, but she also talks about her music is also about a counter to the hegemony of the Jats, for example, hegemony of dominant caste in Punjab, right? So music becomes a vehicle for deepening of our democracy, for example. You know, in this sense, for example, if you look at the music, some of you can Google about Gini Mahi's music or Ruplal Dhir's music. These are all mission singers. They are singing for retrieving their history also simultaneously. So much of a very close centric view about religion would be that it's about supernatural. It's interesting that how religion is also as political, for example. Religious music is political. You know, so culture is political. And if it is political, it has to do a lot with the democracy. What kind of democracy that we are trying to kind of build? And how do we enrich our democracy, deepen our democracy? I personally believe we deepen our democracy by recognizing this diversity of cultures. And if you try and create a kind of monolith setup of idea of culture, then I think we must not go that way. It's very important for us. Therefore, I'm just trying to bring in. But if you look at those, just to again take you back to the music that the mission singers in Punjab make, it is interesting for me that same music also brings in Baba Saheb Ambedkar as much as it brings Ravidas. You know, so there is an element of the two sets of identities which are playing here. One set of identity is the cultural identity of the community-based identity. Another identity is the citizen. You know, trying to remember Ambedkar, Baba Saheb Ambedkar, and trying to remind each one of us that Constitution of India wants a particular kind of nation state, which is inclusive, which also respect diversity, which kind of nurtures these kind of questions and voices. And that is why it is important for me that that template has to be kind of nurtured and kind of brought in. Similar set of things I do see in not in the terms of in music. I mean, if you see constantly there's an invocation of Constitution of India, Constitution of liberty, equality, and fraternity in those folk songs that they're saying. Ravidas is in here, and particularly which I see that it's, and I think we need to recognize this. For example, the Ravidas in Punjab are also at the same time are trying to recognize their history, which are scattered, like everybody's history is scattered. Yeah, history is scattered actually, and you have to put it together in some way. How do you do it is the question which makes us different from each other. But even Ravidasiyas, they look for their identity from Banaras, for example, because Ravidas was born in Banaras, and therefore these Ravidasiyas from Punjab go to Banaras looking for an identity. It is interesting if you I see it because back home in Punjab they call themselves Deras, but the moment the transition happens to Banaras, it becomes Mandir, for example. So Dera to Mandir is a very important transition, for example, because then it has to, and also Nirguni to Saguni tradition, and I see it happening more often. For example, Punjab has been largely about Nirakar, Nirguni tradition. It's a celebration of that formless. But as you move towards Kasi and Banaras, it's more about Saguna tradition, you know, and therefore you see that the trappings around the motifs and symbols used in the temple. So they call it Sri Guru Ravidas Janamasthan Mandir. Why don't they call it Dera? Even back in the Dera, which is actually making this temple in Banaras, is basically around a very Nirguni formula. So if you see Ravidas, the way they are painted, Ravidas' pictures painted in Punjab is different from Ravidas, the manner in which it is painted in Uttar Pradesh. So it's very sort of fuzziness of that kind of identity, cultural identity, which had various intersections and various kind of sort of factors which influence. For example, I sort of just the other day, and I'll stop here. Since I've come back to Punjab after 10 years, and I'm living alone in the sense that, and so what I do on Saturdays and Sundays, I live in a place which is slightly suburban, you know, away from the main city, Chandigarh. So on Saturday, Sunday, I don't have much to do, but except cooking and reading, writing, I do. So I do visit a Gurdwara or a shrine, whichever I find, you know. So I just roam around there. And there was this Bhandara happening. So I thought good that I don't have to I will go there and sit and find it. I was curious about the music being played there. It's a shrine, the Peer Majar, and it was saying, it was saying that Peer ki chithi aayi hai, Baba Peer ki chithi aayi hai, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, sabko saath lai hai, Baba Peer ki chithi aayi hai. You know, this was being played on a DJ system. The system was, and the Bhandara was happening. People were eating and etc. I entered into that Peer Majar, and I found that there was this very mind-boggling mix of traditions existing together. As you see that there was a shrine, which is a Sufi shrine, and being looked after by Amma, which was Ratan Lalji, and a large number of people were from across the faiths. And there was this Vaishno Mata, and there was this Jagga Peer, and there was Ganesh statue also. I sat there with talking to them, and I was just thinking that we better take note of this. We better understand, stop, and we must not let it be monocolored. Let this diversity continue. This diversity is very quintessential Indian South Asian format of culture. This doesn't believe in the idea of any kind of a culture or the culture. It is about cultures. It is about fuzziness. It is about fluidity. It is about the sense of coalition, sense of coexistence. And you never know which one starts from where, which one ends where. It's a kind of that kind of interweaving of cultures. My sense is that, my dear friends, as long as we celebrate this fuzziness, this sense of helplessness, that, oh, how do I understand this? As long as this fuzziness question your intellect, India's democracy will thrive. I'm very sure. So to deepen India's democracy, we need to celebrate that cultural diversity. Let us keep speaking about culture in its plural form. That's what I'm saying. And everything else. So that's all about it, So thank you very much, the chair. And I hope that I will have some questions to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Santosh. I think since questions are going to be taken right at the end, we can straight away move to our next speaker, Dr. Nupur Chaudhary. I can see Nupur there. So Nupur, over to you.
Am I audible? No.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Professor Mishra. And thank you, Rajdhani College, for this opportunity. And it was a very engaging argument, I would say, Professor Santosh. It was so, I was driven towards the idea of how democracy is not limited to one cultural space and moving around. However, we are not left with a lot of time, I think, so I'll just barge into my topic. So, yeah, I think democracy and culture, it's one of the most, I think one of the foundation stones of my education. It has been all my life. And I was very curious to talk about the angle of democracy in terms of art. And I belong to a very small space in Bihar, which is widely or popularly known as the Mithila. It's like in the northern Bihar, the lower Terai region of the Himalayas. And so while continuing my education in history itself in Ramjas College, the first class I remember from one of my professors about democracy, when he talked about this term called as how democracy is something which is a possibility and how it is something which is inclusive in its nature. And the moment there is, as Professor Santosh said, the moment the idea of monochromatic frame comes in, or something which is just one in nature, the whole idea of democracy collapses right there. So I think on this note, I'm going to talk about something which is not very widely talked about. I mean, democracy and art, there is some sort of connection during the modern art movement in the early 20th century. But then I will be discussing in regards to a very specific topic in Mithila painting tradition, which is popularly known as Madhubani painting, and which has now been recognized as one of the most important folk art in the global world, I would say. And I have been practicing this art form since I was 6 years old. I mean, it's something which belongs to the generation of family art. And I've been trained to look at this art form from a very different perspective than from a perspective from the usual cosmopolitan way of understanding this art form and buying and selling productivity. But I'm very these topics of looking at these art and these folk art tradition from a perspective, from the wider angle of reproduction. So I'll be looking at this theme of understanding Mithila painting tradition from Walter Benjamin's understanding of how these the politics of culture in that way, and how revisiting the meanings of Mithila painting tradition in Northern Bihar. I would like to quote a very interesting line from his work, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. He says that as soon as the criteria of authenticity ceases to be applied to artistic production, the whole social function of art is revolutionized. Instead of being founded on ritual, it is based on a very different practice, politics. So how do we look at this particular angle of what Benjamin is trying to state here? Like, he talks about how art has lost its aura through technical reproduction, and the production of art would be inherently based upon the praxis of politics. Earlier in his essay, Benjamin has had already mentioned in passing that in future, when its ritual function has evaporated, an art will be founded in politics. This line of thinking arouses curiosity. it sets in motion a train of thoughts that has become highly topical nowadays. Would there also be a direct connection between a kind of art and a kind of political regime that dominates the political identity? Is there a link between modern art and democracies in which it is embedded? Is there a specific art for democracy, which consequently can only survive in democracies? But also, what is the art of realizing and maintaining a political democracy? The phrase art of democracy can be interpreted in two ways: as which art facilitates democracy, and as which condition should a political regime meet to define a democratic nowadays. This question makes it necessary to first re-examine some basic concepts such as what is art, or maybe in the 20th, 21st century, what is modern art for democracy, initiated by what democracy and art at a wider praxis means. So I'll be basically talking about my paper in two sectional division. One is how the mass reproduction and mechanical functionaries of Mithila painting has changed in this time and era of the century we are living in. And the second is the binaries of caste contestation and curatorial spaces and the roles played by these important elite, I would say, curatorial spaces, giving opportunity to artists who are recognized nationally, but also a very refined way of hidden politics within that practices of art. So the essay, which I'll be dealing with, grounds its argument in the wider ambit of Mithila, which is popularly known as Madhubani painting traditions, and its growth and its growing acceptance in the cosmopolitan market as folk art. The proliferation of this Mithila painting tradition has led to one of the most discreet reproduction of art, which is the mechanical reproduction and mass availability of this machine production, and mostly which is done by middlemen who are not at all related to this artistic way of understanding these painting traditions. Another thing which I'm sure most of us might have witnessed, that if we go to spaces like Delhi Art and we see that there is this huge bunch of people sitting there and selling their paintings at maybe at a cost of 300 starting at the minimum, and also going to different points. And these artists come all the way from Madhubani, which is like the most important marketing hub of this painting, where the painting tradition is very popular. And also in today's time on online junctions, you will say that there is a print versions available of all these hand painted editions, which we usually come across online. So this is something which is interesting and which pushed me to think about this kind of intervention in today's time, and how are we dealing with the idea of folk art, which is again problematic in some terms with the usage of the term folk. Like I'm sure in very current news and media, we will witness that how the government is paying to paint these railway trains, which is going all the way from Delhi to Bihar, all the Rajdhanis and these important popular trains, which is coming across all the way. They're all painted in Madhubani painting. And in Patna, most importantly, you will see that all the walls and everything is now decorated, it's embellished beautifully with all the striking colors and everything. So I was wondering, who are these artists who are painting? I mean, which category of classism they belong to, or how much they are paid? I mean, what role does the government play in popularizing this art form in today's time? On the name of culture, on the name of folk, how much we are going to understand that where we stand in understanding these folk traditions. I mean, these particular artists were paid around 300 to 400 for a day, I guess. And that was like one of my interactions said that, and that was that, like they're like wage laborers, if we see in today's time, and how problematic that becomes in comparison to the artists who are able to sell these intricate paintings at a wider exhibitions, most of the time, and global scales as well. So the role of government is very crucial here. and how are they making it popularized through the minimum wage versus the independent artists who are autonomous in their selling capacity. Commodification of Mithila art began in the late 1960s when, for the first time, a portion of women's work was disengaged from its embeddedness in patriarchal structure and its need. As Caroline Brown, she is one of the pioneer person who critically analyzed these essays on the art traditions, followed by Professor David Shanton. My conversation with both of these professors was very enlightening, I would say, that I never saw from this perspective that how this painting tradition is so hegemonic in its nature. And sometimes that despite being an artist myself, I never really questioned these angles, that how the bifurcations of the lower caste community painting is so different than what we paint. And maybe it is like our invasion to their art styles as well. So this particular person of Bhaskar Kulkarni, who was like a member of the All India Handicraft Board during the 1960s, he was sent to Madhubani in that time, the most the district in northern Bihar, where he was asked to carry out this message from the government, so that these women who are painting these wall art tradition, because Mithila art was initially wall art, and then that came on to paper. And hence, the moment it came down to paper, there are two different kinds of approaches we can take. Like Jyotindranath Jain, on his work on Ganga Devi, he very strikingly said that how, with the availability of paper, the women painters of the area for the first time experienced freedom from the constraints of making ritual bound, static images, magical images, and also fixed medium of wall painting. They could now paint whatever they like on a scale. Whereas Brown argues, and she stands in a similar position where I do, that she argues against this. She says that the moment this art tradition came onto paper, the subjectivity shares a similar sentiments as mine. She says that the power of ritual art, it came off the walls and died on paper. She further argues that these papers were not ritual spaces; they were not sacred spaces. Was done on their precincts. These were revised practices which was occurred in the social trajectory, redefining the subjectivities for those who chose to participate in them. So this paradigm of sale and purchase surely provided a platform for income to these women folk, but these new social practices in which women were searching for themes and turned themselves into objects that could become art. So the shift which was created within the folds of consumerism, and which what expected was later categorized as ritualization to vernacular modernity. So my areas are also, I'm trying to understand these kind of interventions by these art practitioners in today's time, in this time where the definition of culture has somehow limited itself. And how are we only understanding a particular genre, a particular religious understanding towards these painting traditions? So if we are thinking that democracy and the kind of religious ideas we are carrying is not affecting art, I think that's like the most biggest mishap we are doing. That how even Madhubani painting was so popular in making the Ram Sita tradition, the Ramayana tradition, the godly images. But with the emergence of the Dalit artists coming up, I think they were one of the pioneer painters who were painting about the everydayness of life in their paintings, and which was something remarkably different than the upper castes painting these painting traditions. So Neil Rekha, she belongs to one of the professors in Delhi University, and she has now shifted to Patna University. She, in her very analytical essay, she clarifies about this proliferation. And she says that people from Jitwarpur area, which is Madhubani in centric, popularized the Ram Sita marriage themes of painting, as Ramayana themes were not popular during Archer's time. The tradition of romanticizing Mithila's history began in the 1980s with little relevance from Ramayana, to which many distorted and intentional tormented fact were created. So now when I talk about the roles of museum spaces, and about how I'm talking about caste contestation. These are something which needs, which I think I need a lot of time to make everybody understand why I'm referring to this. But to cut it short, I think I would say that the Mithila painting tradition was basically three types: the Bharni, Kachni, and Godana. The Bharni is something which was very broad motive, which was more or less, it was very broadly done, and it did not require a lot of skills, but mostly limited to the Brahmins, the godly images, and they were the ones who were practicing this art form. And Kachni was something which was initiated by the Kayast community of the region. And Kayast communities, they were more inclined towards the refinement of the arts. So the more the fine the work is, the more sellable it becomes. So the idea of folk also changes its dimension in today's time. That folk is no more folk anymore. It is what do we mean by folk when we say folk is something crude, unskilled, something which you accept during the Vagrant in India, when it was happening during the post 20th century, during the 20th century, and how the entire league of challenging the Mughal paintings and the post-independent painting tradition. So because of the Klee and Picasso and everybody coming up in the Western art revolutionary time, Indian artists were also trying to come up with this kind of augmentation, mostly done by during the Bengal School of Art, and they were coming forward with this kind of intention. So if we revise this meaning in today's time about folk, like everything has become so structurally biased in its way that there are so many other painting tradition in Bihar which never got popularized as much as Mithila painting did. So the whole idea remains that how do we question these understanding of art tradition, and can we even say that caste, can we even call this painting tradition a caste harmonious in its nature, and what kind of caste questions we are raising here. So, and when we come to the curatorial spaces, the addition, the constant movement of this folk tradition into spaces like museum and exhibition is altogether adding a completely new dimension to this realm of practice becoming into an art. As Roma Chatterjee, in one of her work on Bengal and Gold painters, comes up with this argument, and she stresses upon the meanings rather than pure form, has given these curators and art critics an important role in reconstituting the system of art classification. In fact, Partha Mitter, in his work on Indian art, very beautifully, he says that the quest of rural and tribal art in an expression of indigenous resistance to colonialism became significant aspect of modern art in India. However, in interaction between elite, folk, popular tribal artists, despite the undoubtedly idealistic objective, an asymmetrical relationship between them was inevitable. The elite artists could with all sincerity participate in the folk lives in order to gain an insight into folk art, but the reverse was virtually impossible. So my concern about looking at these traditions from a very from both the perspective of caste and also the perspective of folk and fine art dynamics, that how do we root such important questioning, and in the times of democracy we are claiming it to be, and when this vernacular practice became art, and how is it indecisively hanging in the modern world of artistic expression. Another example, like I think this anthropologist, I'm forgetting the name of these two anthropologists, who reviewed the two exhibitions in 1984 in MoMA, New York, and 1989 in Paris. Both included artists from Madhubani named Bawa Devi, and who was also awarded by Padma Shri, and Kalam Patua criticized the lack of contextualization of traditional objects placed there, and said that it revealed bias since all the works that were selected for exhibition were judged on the basis of Western, and therefore totalitizing the aesthetic standards. So ideally, what we see in museum spaces today in form of these folk art tradition is a refined amalgamation of high caste Kachni paintings and the early these painting tradition. Even the early Dalit painters, Jamuna Devi, who belonged to the Chamar community, Shanti Devi, who belonged to the Dasad community, both drew their technique and styles of the nearby eminent Brahmin painters who were Sita Devi. Recently, first Dalit painter, Madhubani Mithila painter, in 2020 she received a Padma Shri. Her name is Dalari Devi. She was also trained under Mahasundari Devi, who was another very pioneer Brahmin artist. And if you listen to her interview, you will hear this question that I used to tell her that I will be she was basically a domestic laborer in her house, and she kind of exchanged this, like, if you're going to teach me this art form, I'm going to do all the utensils and all chores of your household. So that was pretty moving for me to understand the dynamics even today, where there is a constant claim of glorifying this art form into highly caste harmonious. And in reality, being a Maithil myself and belonging to the community, I have never seen this caste harmonious nature and practicing around it. So in today's world of democracy, I would say, I'm not sure if I should use it or not, but how far have we come along to understand these art forms as truly cultural in its nature? Or can we call these even folk anymore? How far the dynamics of folk has changed in post-colonial India, or what roles does a democratic government play in establishing these painting traditions as cultural, or does culture is only limited to its own religious agendas? I think I would end my question. I think I'm full of questions more than answers. And I think that's what makes me an independent researcher, despite being an assistant professor in the university, where I was placed a few months ago. So I think this quench is something which I'll always deal with, and I would leave my audience to think on these questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nupur. Well, friends, we've had three presentations, three very important presentations. First was by Amiya Das, in which taking the example of Assam and local elections there, he basically talked about how when concepts like culture and democracy, when they get down from their high pedestal, and when they are mediated through local institutions and local practices, they acquire entirely different meanings, which is very, very different from the original classical kind of a meaning. So we can understand them only when we look at them in their lived form, locally mediated form. Santosh talked about very importantly about how our obsession with monism or with single culture, single religion, when we look at culture through a monist kind of a prism, we tend to miss out on enormous diversity, inventedness. Cultures are being reinvented all the time. Even now, when he goes on his weekend to a nearby place, he finds entirely new forms and facets of culture. So cultures are reinvented all the time. They carry a kind of inbuilt, inherent plurality about them. And if we do not look upon these dimensions, inventedness and plurality and syncretism, then we are likely to miss out on their meanings. So an obsession through monism, and if we look at them through a monist kind of a lens, we are likely to miss out on these kinds of dynamic features about lived cultures. Nupur Chaudhary talked about democracy and the art, and basically she gave us many examples of local art forms when they get institutionalized or formalized or commodified, or when new technologies are introduced, a whole new kind of meanings happen, whole new developments, some intended, some unintended happen, and these kinds of cultures become virtually unrecognized from their original forms. So they go through a whole process of reconfiguration when state systems take upon them, when these art forms find expressions on the railway, on train bogies, etc. A kind of new world emerges, which is very, very different from their originals. So if then these cultures become very recognizable from their original pristine forms. Well, I may have more to say later, but these three very important papers on three different facets are open to discussion. I would request Varsha to open it up for questions. And if there are written out questions in the chat box, then maybe she can read it out for the benefit of three of our speakers. Varsha, over to you. And please unmute yourself, Varsha.
Sure,
Yeah.
sir. Sure. Yeah, we have certain, thank you so much for the insightful presentations by Dr. Amir Das, Dr. Santosh, and Ms. Nupur Chaudhary. Thank you so much. And we have a few questions here. Let's begin with the first question. Just give me a second. Professor Das, do you agree that most civic culture attitudes do not have any significant impact on the change in democracy? Please share your views. This is a question by Mansi Verma.
Most civic culture attitudes do not have any significant impact. See, means it's like from our commonsensical understanding, we can see that in most of the places where like a place like Assam or anywhere you see in the news after the I would like to take the example of election again. The polling percentage will be anything between 80 to 90%. But if you look at the metropolitan spaces, like there, the percentage of like the polling percentage would be around say 45, 55, 60. So in a way, this if you look at the civic cultures, like till people are not affected by any kind of democratic system or governance, they are not bothered to participate in the process of democracy. So when we talk about the democracy, I mean to say that I look at it through the process of election. Similarly, any kind of welfare mechanism, say it's education or health or anything, all sorts of these public institutions or government institutions, these are accessed by only people who cannot afford the say private system. So that is why those who can afford these private institutions, they are not bothered mostly, that we have seen by what happens in the ground level or on the ground level or in the public domain. So in that sense, I see it is not, I mean, I'm not generalizing it. We have seen like how activists or academics or people, those who are conscious enough, they participate in various kind of protest deliberations or in a kind of decision making process. But mostly those who are not affected by any kind of governance mechanism, that means if you truly say that they belong to a particular culture and you call it a kind of civic culture, and if they belong to a particular kind of section of the society, say upper class or elite, they may not be bothered about what is happening on the ground level. But where people are affected in everyday life through say education, through health, through livelihood, chances are there that they will engage mostly with the state or the government through various kind of mechanisms or in various kind of platforms.
Thank you so much, Dr. Das. There's another question for you. We can say that there's a relation between the quality of a democratic system and the existence of essential values in a society. There is, however, an understudied question as to what the relation between cultural values and models of democracy in different countries exactly is. Please throw some light on this.
I'd like to say this is a kind of very big and broad question, but if we can look at various kind of processes, like that there are countries where they have like direct democracy, kind of participatory democracy, where the majoritarian democracy, and mostly the democracy is practiced. Like there's a kind of very close, that all the speakers, they have pointed out towards the close co-relationship between this culture and the practice of democracy. So how culture or the value, norms, things are related to the structure or the kind of models or the model of governance, and also it is related to the performance by the state or the government or the effectiveness of how the outcome of the governance process. So these things are different in different countries. Like the China is having different kind of model. In India, we have different kind of model. In Western countries, they have different kind of model. So in India, we have a kind of complex system where both we have power or the governance system, both at the central or unitary or union level, then the state level, and also at the grassroots level. So the kind of governance or the democracy, it's a kind of long process, or through over the period people practice, they develop, it goes through a kind of change, and it is not static as we have seen. So it depends on like the particular country and people's participation and the practice.
Thank you so much, sir. The next question is for Dr. Santosh. Which was the cultural process that gave birth to democracy?
I don't want you to read those questions because I've read those questions, and I always felt quizzed every time there was this question like, who is the father of sociology? Who is the father of history?
I know.
Democracy for me is an idea, and ideas do not have single parentage. They're actually hybrid, and there are multiple parentages. If this questioner wants me to take her to ancient Athens, I will not do that. I would rather say that all societies did have the idea of democracy. The point is that I'm not talking about a democracy in a political system in that sense, and that's the problem I have always with the idea of religion, idea of democracy, looking for parentage. That you think tribal societies did not have democracy, so therefore, young friends, and I'm not going to give into this kind of. I think democracy is an idea. Ideas are multiple, have multiple parentheses. They are hybrid in character entirely. Nobody can say that this is my idea. Ideas do exist in togetherness. And democracy is what debate, and I think nobody can, one single person can claim that they the only one they debated. Societies always, civilizations debated. Democracy, therefore, is nobody's child. Everybody's. It's like multiple parentheses. One, and the second thing that I read, Varsaji, I'm making your task easy. I read those small queries for me, questions for me. The other one asked me about. Yeah, thank you so much. Also,
thank you so
much. These साधु ये सब दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, इसका लोग दुरुपयोग करते हैं पॉलिटिक्स का। मुझे बार बार लगता है कि ऐसा बताएं कि कौन सा चीज है जिसको दुरुपयोग नहीं हो सकता है। क्या विज्ञान का दुरुपयोग नहीं हुआ है ना? क्या हम ये पूछ सकते हैं, क्या हम कह सकते हैं कि कोई सा सिस्टम है जिसका दुरुपयोग नहीं हुआ है? रिलीजन भी वैसा ही है। अगर आप उसको संजीदगी के साथ सोचेंगे, अगर आप जाएंगे ये सोच के कि मैं अपना दुर्खाइम और डेरिडा को लेके जाऊंगा उस बाजार पर, तो आप मत जाइए वहां। तो आप जाइए, क्योंकि everybody has their ideas about world. They are trying to negotiate. If you are a social scientist, you go there with humility for God, and that's important to me because I think all systems can be abused, right? And science has been very hegemonic, and I do not have to give enough literature, enough materials on this. Science has been extremely monopolistic, market-oriented, destroyed, and all that. But it doesn't mean that I'm not scientific. You can be scientific even in studying religion, right? And you can be deeply religious when you're doing science. This is possible. The point is that for that you have to be Gandhian. you have to understand, and you have to grow beyond the binaries that we create. Our mental faculty continue to look for binaries, this and that, either or. I'm sorry, I don't fall into that. I continue to believe that And knowledge is horizon only. It's one you set, you achieve it, another horizon emerges in front of you, and that's the whole idea of knowledge system. So, dear friend, it is being misused, abused. It has always been abused. Religion has been taken, has been abused by politics, etc., etc. Yes, it is, of course, but then doesn't mean that we will stop doing our work. And and that's my response to it. That ideas need reaffirmation. Ideas need not throwing the baby with the bathwater. There are of course massive misuse of system, and people are fooled, etc. Yes, but there are many sublime moments of moments when you visit. You can say that Professor Salil Misra is here. These days I'm thinking of secularism, of theist brand of secularism, atheist brand of secularism. You do secularism within atheist, and that's a possibility. Perfect, wonderful, great. But it is also possible to be theistic and yet be secular. Believer be secular. Gandhi did it all his life. Ambedkar did it. I would say Ambedkar did not abandon the idea of religion. Never. He had problem with one set of religion. He went to another set of religion. But did he drop the idea of religion? Never. No. Anybody who understands the society like South Asia and our world will never do that. But even though those people, and I last bit, Vasaji, I always think the best documentary on India's secularism has been a film by Salim Javed called, Diwar.
Yeah.
And there's a moment in that film where the main protagonist, who never enters into the temple of Shiva,
Yes.
and mother is unwell, and he goes to the temple and he talks to nobody is there, and he talks to the deity Shiva. Tum khush to bahut hoge. Imagine he's talking to the main deity is tum. It's a disrespect. But if you see disrespect, you don't understand religion at all. It's about, there's a certain kind of emotional attachment with the God that he's talking about. See that it's possible. It's possible. In the morning you don't believe. In the afternoon probably you will believe. I do that. It happens to me. By evening I'm completely disenchanted. Maybe morning I'm different. So that's the way it is. And your question, my answers. I'm entitled to it. Thank you very much.
Very well answered, sir.
Thank you.
I think with your example, they must have understood what you've tried to explain to them. And this question has been, this question has been posed to anyone can answer this question. The impact of globalization on culture and democracy.
Whoever, I think Nupur, would you like to? Nupur, please. I can, of course, but it's interesting to, Nupur has been silent, so she should get this.
Yes, Nupur, please.
Ma'am, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. The impact of globalization on culture and democracy.
All right, I think that's my favorite question, I think. So I think more or less this is what I've talked about in my discussion, that how in the age of mechanical reproduction, culture, on one hand, it's not completely, we cannot negate the fact that technicality has done complete harm to it. I mean, in some ways, there are also aspects which came in the forefront. People started to recognize these art forms, but those are something which is very mainstream, something which is right in front of you, and you can see that very easily. However, I think what one should never stop doing is to question. I mean, I think I completed my master's in 2018, and since then I have been so interested in knowing the youth around me and how are they taking up these concerns and themes and everything in repertoire. I would say that why it is so important for students to stick to a particular identity. I mean, I want people to question that how culture, it's something, I think someone had asked me a very nice question, that Bharatiya Rajniti और संविधान के अनुसार संस्कृति का अंतिम रूप क्या होना चाहिए. So this is something, a very important question. I don't take culture as something which is a demonic thing. I don't think that that's the purpose of the talk. Culture is not happening. It's not degrading. It's not doing anything which is. I think our understanding as students should be to question these continuous change, and the question should never die. Like one of the most important thing which I learned during my undergraduation, that doubt everything. Like how doubting and questioning everything is important, and that's what leads to criticality and understanding everything with a broader and ambiguous mindset. So I think more or less the effects of globalization can be taken mostly in a way which is not really approved by culture, but then there are also things which we cannot really completely neglect. So there are things which has also happened for good, but there are also things which is the culture of the wannabes, I would say, that is constantly coming forward a lot without a solid interrogation, either in religion or art or democracy or anything in general. I think that this constant reading of embedding yourself in the realm of questioning is something that should never fail. And globalization and ऐसी चीजें तो आती रहेंगी. This is like एकदम आप इसको नहीं रोक सकते. Changes आएंगे. So change ही is the main thing of this universe. I think that is something that nothing is unstoppable, but I think the aspect of questioning these things is more important than answering them.
Thank you, Nupur. I think you made it quite clear. And next question is for Professor Ami Das. I'll just read it out. A very interesting question again. भारतीय संविधान में संस्कृति के संरक्षण का मूल अधिकार निहित है, तब भी वर्तमान में क्यों कई भारतीय संस्कृतियां धीरे धीरे विलुप्त होती जा रही हैं? क्या अब भी यूनान, मिस्र, रोम सब मिट गए जहां से कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी वाली बात प्रासंगिक है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं हमारी भी कई सारी संस्कृतियां दिन प्रतिदिन खत्म होती जा रही हैं.
ये तो संस्कृति वाला बात जो है ये तो बदलती ही रहती है. मतलब जैसे कि हम उसको डिफाइन करते हैं, कोई भी उसका जो डेफिनेशन है, जैसे कि काफी सारा लोग उसको बदलते हुए चीजों को ही संस्कृति बोला जाता है, इसे बताया जाता है. और ये एक इवॉल्विंग प्रोसेस है. उसी को कोई एक तरह से हम उसको डिफाइन भी नहीं कर सकते, देख भी नहीं सकते हैं. उसका तरह तरह का ये है, जैसे कि प्रभाव है अलग तरह से, जैसे कि ये ग्लोबलाइजेशन का बात हो रहा था, जैसे कि और कोई दूसरा चीज आएगा तो ओवर द पीरियड कैसे दूसरे चीजों के वजह से ये बदलेंगे. कुछ तरीके के संस्कृति जो है वो लोप होंगे, कुछ नया आएंगे, कुछ उसको दो तरह के संस्कृति मिलके एक हाइब्रिड टाइप का चीज आ सकते हैं. तो इसीलिए उसमें मैं समझता हूं कि उसमें कोई चाहे भी तो उसको रोक नहीं सकता है कि कोई एक संस्कृति हम अगर मन खराब करें और उसको पछताए कि वो लोप हो गया, हमारा अच्छा संस्कृति था और जो खराब चीजें सब आ रहे हैं. मुझे लगता है कि हम जितना भी कोशिश करें, एक किसी तरह को जो बदलती हुई धारा उसको रोक नहीं सकते हैं. उसका कोई भी मुझे नहीं लगता कि उसको हम कुछ कर सकते हैं. जैसे कि कोई भी संस्कृति सब लोप हो गया और हमारा भारतीय संस्कृति बहुत पुराना है, 4000 साल 5000 साल पुराना है और ये रहेगा, ऐसा हम सोचने से ठीक है, हम लोग खुश हो सकते हैं सोच के, लेकिन ये भी बदलेगा धीरे धीरे और कोई ओवर द पीरियड एक नया तरह का संस्कृति आ सकता है. मैं ऐसे मानता हूँ.
Thank you. There's students. Any query? Happy with the answer? Okay. There's another question for Nupur. How can the concept of traditional art and classical works be brought back again with the same impact that they had created in earlier times?
I think it's a very big question, I would say. So the concept of traditional art can be brought back. I think it's continuing for a change. For first, like I think it's very important to understand that we were never there to witness anything some 1000 years ago. Like what is there right in front of us is there in front of us. And we analyze and restructure our understanding through the artifacts which is present right there. So I think there is no way that you can traditional art, I would say, or can be it's never going to stop. I think it is going to continue for everything. It's going to change, of course, over the period of time, but it is going to continue even in the coming times. For example, if there is an if in the post-apocalyptic period, if everything, for example, on the earth dies away, so whatever will be left around, the debris and everything, that will become art. That might become culture. That might become traditional. I'm just talking in a very hypothetical situation, something which has not happened. But I think this question of maintaining something in today's time, that is something also important and problematic at the same note. I mean, you never know what happened back in the past, but you always have the liberty to keep documenting which is right available in front of you in the core nature of its intact form.
Then, Nupur, there is another question for you, that democracy is a rare thing in human history, and its stability has long been tied to the cultural values of citizen. Yet it has not been established whether changing cultural values have made democracy, just a minute,
possible, or whether those values were
democracy possible, or whether those values were a response to democratic institutions. Can you share your views on this?
I think it's a very experiential question. I think this person, I think he is asking this question with a lot of experience, I would say. But I think I won't be the right person to answer this. I think I do not hold a huge
There seems to be some issue with the network.
Am I audible?
Yes, she's back. Yes, you are.
All right. So what I'm saying that I think this question can be taken up by someone who can answer it more correctly. I think democracy and the various norms associated with this is not my expertise, I would say. So I think I'll answer in a very generic way. So I think someone, Professor Santosh or maybe Dr. Mishra can take up, or Dr. Das, anyone who would like to take up this question.
Professor Salil Mishra, would you like to enlighten us on this topic, on this issue?
Can you just repeat the question?
Yes. Democracy is a rare thing in human history, and its stability has long been tied to the cultural values of citizens. Has it not been established whether changing cultural values have made democracy possible? Or whether those values were a response to democratic institutions?
Okay, the relationship between cultural plurality and democracy and how they affect each other. Well, I'll make my final comments, and my final comments will contain a kind of an engagement with this question. Well, I think we've had three extremely important and exciting presentations on three different dimensions of the question, of the theme. I basically want to make one or two observations by way of my concluding remarks. The first thing that I want to say is that you see, our social sciences, a lot of these concepts, whether of plurality or democracy or culture, they come to us through the social sciences. Our social sciences, it is very important to recognize, were a product of a particular time and space. There is nothing universal about our social sciences and therefore about these conceptual categories. Our social sciences were born in 19th century Europe. So a lot of these concepts, religion may be a very older category, but the way suddenly we began to look at religion has got a lot to do with the way in which it was imagined and conceptualized primarily in 19th century Europe. So a lot of our concepts were actually created in our conceptual currency either democracy or culture or pluralism or religion or nationalism. It was actually created in the 19th century Europe, and it was actually created based on very specific, very narrow historical experiences. Those experiences belonged only to Europe, mainly to 19th and 18th century Europe. But given the political domination of the universe, of the world by Europe, these concepts ipso facto became universal. They were transported to the rest of the world, and they began to be seen and applied in the rest of the world, in the non-European world. In a way, this was an aspect of cognitive imperialism. And the important thing about cognitive imperialism was that it outlasted political and economic imperialism. So even when the actual world was rid of direct political imperialism and economic imperialism, this conceptual and cognitive imperialism in a way remained. And this created a problem. So the kind of problems Amiya Das and Santosh were talking about, they are precisely rooted in this. When we come with a very fixed, with a very standard, very defined, in a kind of a binary definition of either democracy or culture, and when we go to our local realities, we find that either there is a problem with these conceptual categories, or there is a problem with local reality. Either there is something illegitimate about local realities that Santosh witnesses in his Punjab, or Amiya Das witnesses in his Assam, or there is a problem with categories. Now, obviously, the thing is that we need to keep these categories in mind, but what is of primary importance is the kind of local raw material that we have, the kind of local realities that we have, the kind of national realities that we have. We have to relook at these concepts, either of culture or of democracy or of secularism, socialism, nationalism, Marx, whatever. We have to look at these conceptual categories in the light of concrete lived experiences of people, of communities, of societies. And if in the light of these experiences, we need to tinker with these concepts, we have to do it, because that is when concepts will become relevant and meaningful for our kind of societies. So I think that is the central important question, whether it's the relationship of plurality with democracy, relationship of culture with democracy, all of them, they have got to be, their meanings, their usages have got to be looked at again. They've got to be reinvented, relooked in the light of our own concrete experiences, our own historical, sociological realities. Once we do that, then a lot of these dilemmas, lot of the kind of questions that were put to Santosh, they would not be put, because we know how to answer those questions. The way to answer those questions is that the conceptual categories are one part of the problem, one part of the theme. The other part lies in our own realities, in our own local lived realities, national realities, rooted realities. Once we do that, then I don't think many riddles will look quite like riddles. The other thing which I think Santosh said is that modernity essentially is homogenizing in its essence. So the kind of dilemma which Nupur Chaudhary experiences for her art and for other, this is an inevitable part of the onward march of democracy. It is essentially homogenizing. Homogenization means merger. It also means a kind of a social selection and social elimination. So there are multiple forms, multiple cultural forms, multiple artistic forms. They don't remain the same. They either disappear or change form, or they merge and so on. So I think homogenization involves all kinds of reconfigurations which happen in the field of art, which happen in the field of democracy, which happen in the field of cultures, which happen in the field of languages, communities, speech forms, and so on and so forth. But given the fact that we are discussing not just with plurality, but also pluralism. Plurality is a condition, pluralism is an attitude towards that condition. And our attitude towards that condition is one of, particularly for India, one of wanting to maintain it, one of wanting to nurture it, one of wanting to treasure it, keep it, and looking upon it as not as a liability, but as an asset. Our plurality, which has been handed over to us, it is not a liability, it is a great asset. It's the USP. Once we know that, then I think we will know that plurality then our attitude will call pluralism, because then we would look upon our plurality with, in a very positive manner, with kind of respect, with a desire to nurture it. I think that would be important, because in this, against this onslaught of modernity and onslaught of homogeneity, there is every possibility that multiple cultures, art forms, attitudes, languages, etc., they tend to go into oblivion, or they tend to change form, or they become virtually unrecognizable. So I think there is a kind of conceptual warning here, and there is a lived warning. The conceptual warning is that we must use European categories, but must not privilege them over our data, our realities, our lived realities. That's a conceptual warning. And the social warning is that we have to keep looking at our plurality as a resource, as a reserve, as something that India has to offer to the world. It is our USP. We have a pluralism is our USP. We must nurture, we must maintain our plurality, our pluralism, our attitude, because the normal tendency, normal trajectory is that against the onslaught of homogenizations, these things tend to change form or go away, not be the same, etc. So I think our plurality might become a victim of homogenization. But if there is a social attitude which looks upon plurality as a value, as a resource, then there is a possibility that we should be able to nurture it, we should be able to treasure it, we should be able to maintain it. I think with that, I would end, and I would thank all my three speakers, Amiya Das, Santosh, and Nupur Chaudhary, for making three wonderful, very important presentations, which gave us three very different dimensions of the main issue and of the main themes of the two-day seminar. So thank you very much, Varsha.
Thank you so much, sir. Your expert comments on all the three papers were enlightening, and undoubtedly all the three papers were very different, and moving from Assam to Punjab and then to Bihar paintings, Madhubani paintings, and so I'm sure our students must have had a different perspective of culture and democracy in this session. So thank you so much for being with us and sparing out time for us. And hopefully we would surely call you for another seminar soon. And it has been entirely a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, thank you so much, everyone, all the experts, on behalf of the audience as well as the organizing committee. It has been a really informative session, and we definitely got to learn a lot, many new things. So we are very grateful for it. And the audience, thank you so much for joining us. Varsha ma'am.